my live.
No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we getting it. Big ol' booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty and sedated, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimpin' when we in the city. Don't ask about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tennis. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Having motion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some thousands, now I'm after some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cuffin' hoes, I can't do no commit. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we living. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all locked, man. I'm sorry I'm late, man. I had some technical difficulties, man, but I got some new shit going on, chat. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, man. What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all locked, man, or what? We intro mode.
I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent the night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent the night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean.
Oh, man. Here we go, chat. What we doing tonight, chat? Y'all locked or what, chat? What we doing tonight, chat? Delphine, what it do? Big Niche, what it do? La, what it do? I see you, truth be told. Laurie, Jason, welcome in. H-Buster, good morning. J-Bo, hey, we got the squad in here, man. What we doing tonight, chat? It's the weekend, man. We a little late. I had some technical difficulties, but we here, man. We here, man. Hold on, chat. Y'all thought I forgot? Hold on. We ain't done with the intro. Hold on. Where's the tag, man? This is for the people in the back, man.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Hey, man, if they didn't know, now they know, man. If they did not know,
welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shut a live out. What we doing tonight, chat? It's saying Trump calls for a global reset. Netanyahu comes out to Spain, and the Strait of Hormuz is closed indefinitely. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. We got an action-packed episode, but we have to get to 100 likes. We got to get to 100 likes off the bat. Y'all know how we get down over here. We hit the like goals, we stay live. So double tap that screen, go to the top, hit the 3 dots. We're also 20 subscribers away from the next sub goal. I don't have the sub counter down here tonight because we had technical difficulties, but we got an action-packed episode. We got Steven Crowder over there on Piers Morgan, him and Hassan talking about Kanye being canceled. And we know Kanye's being canceled for his past anti-Semitic remarks, man. And they're saying that he sold out 2 stadiums and now he can't get booked anymore, I believe, in the UK. We also have a journalist from the front lines sitting down with Tucker Carlson. I believe Sneeko spoke with the only journalist that went to the Strait of Hormuz as well. I think that journalist is in Turkey now. Sneeko sat down with him. Also, Candace Owens responded to Donald Trump, said an open letter to President Donald Trump. We got some miscellaneous clips of a man in Colombia that was out there wrestling a damn anaconda. It looks like he was in some quicksand. It looked like this dude is out here in a mud pit, some quicksand, wrestling the anaconda, almost lost his damn life. I don't know what's going on, chat. I don't know what's going on. Folks, it's crazy. I'm from the country, chat, so I've seen people wrestle hogs, tip cows and shit, but wrestling an anaconda in a puddle of quicksand, swamp water, I don't know. It's crazy. He crazy as hell. Also, Muzi, Kainerugaba, I don't know how to say his damn name. The guy from Uganda, he says he's ready to deploy 100,000 Ugandan soldiers in Israel. He said under his command to protect the Holy Land, the land of Jesus Christ, our God. So how do y'all feel about Uganda's leader saying he's ready to deploy 100,000 Ugandan soldiers to Israel under his command? Also, I don't know what the fuck Trump has going on. He just Truth Social, that whatever it is, the world's most powerful reset. President DJ Tree, he's taking credit for the damn reset, chat. I've been telling y'all for months, it's a financial reset. It's a global reset. They're accelerationist. They want to burn this shit to the ground as fast as they can to rebuild it anew in the way that they see fit. If y'all didn't believe me, believe the damn man himself. He said world's most powerful reset. New alliances are being made. New borders are being created. We see Sheinbaum. She came out and said Mexico has to register their phone numbers with face scan and biometrics or they can't use their phones. The numbers won't be registered. We seen her come out and say you can't buy gas or pay tolls with cash anymore. You have to use the government issued whatever system. She also came out and said that Mexico will have free healthcare for all Mexicans. I believe 120 million Mexicans will get free healthcare as well. We're walking straight into this new damn system, chat. We're walking straight into the new system. They're saying the UK is preparing a new version of a major plan to ready the whole nation from the military and police to the hospitals and industry for the transition into war. The head of the armed forces had told Sky News. So Keir Starmer's getting ready for a wartime economy over there. Keir Starmer is getting ready for a wartime economy. Also, Melania has a lot going on. They say one of her close friends is coming out and basically spilling the beans, ready to spill the damn beans. So everybody's been wondering, why is Melania getting up there and talking about the Epstein files in the middle of war? What the hell is going on? Well, little did we know, someone was on Twitter ready to spill the beans about Melania Trump and Ghislaine and Epstein. That's crazy, chat. Ready to spill the damn beans. Let's see what else. Oh, France plans to move their government desktops from Windows to Linux. They're trying to get away from American technology. China and North Korea agree to strengthen their relations. Like I said, new alliances being made. on Fox News just said that Jared Kushner secretly offered Iran unlimited uranium enrichment for peaceful use, and JD Vance wants zero enrichment, and they're both headed to the Middle East to get this job done. So we'll see how that turns out, chat. They're also saying that the Iran is unable to fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz because it cannot find all of the mines that it deployed. It cannot find all of the mines, chat, that it deployed. In other news, Mamdani says the city is worse than broke, facing a deficit. He'll cut housing vouchers, library funding, and other plans because New York City is broke. And Eric Adams just got Albanian citizenship. What the fuck is Eric Adams doing with Albanian citizenship, chat? I don't know, man. I don't know, chat. They're saying Apple is worth nearly $4 trillion but can't tolerate a single store with unionized workers because they're so against workers getting what they deserve. The only unionized Apple store was shut down. The one and only unionized Apple store was shut down. They're saying gas prices spiked 21.2% in March, the largest monthly increase since 1967. Other news, the FAA is now targeting gamers to help fill air traffic controller jobs. I'm not gonna lie, chat. The gamers, I don't think they're looking for the top tier, elite level gamers like the famous ones, but just people that are really good at the game, have really good reflexes, can play in high stress environments. Because let's be real, chat, the gamers that are making the chicken, they're not trying to go work for them as air traffic controllers, man. They're not trying to have their paychecks held out and shit. They're making money. They're getting rich. So this has to be geared towards, the rest of the community, chat. Yeah, we'll get into it. Yeah, Sean Baum decreed universal health care for $120 million. All right, chat, let's get into the episode, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out, chat. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal, man. 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. We have to hit 100 likes. So double tap that screen, go to the top, hit the like button, man. Do not gatekeep this channel. Chat, let's get into this first video. This is a miscellaneous clip. I forgot what was going on right here. Where the hell is it? I got this new YouTube chat right here to where I can read the damn chat.
His phone, he says, "Mom, look what somebody sent me." This morning, I wake my kids up to get them ready for school. And my son gives me his phone. He says, "Mom, look what somebody sent me." My man's baby mama, who we all know by Curly Red, sent my son to his phone a video of me sucking dick.
Whoa.
Now, I know this shit was gonna follow me.
Wow. So she has a man, right? And her man's baby mama, the son, I don't know how old the kid is, a video of his stepmom sucking meat, man, giving a blowjob, chat. So I want to know how y'all feel about that, chat. Should she be charged? Should she be criminally charged for sending a underage child a video of his stepmom sucking cock? This is crazy.
His baby mama, who we all know by Curly Red, sent my son to his phone a video of me sucking dick. Now, I know this shit was gonna follow me. I already knew. This shit been following me for years, okay? This is a video of me and my ex-boyfriend who I was in a relationship with. We talked for years when he got locked up. I answered every fucking phone call when he was locked up. This is not just any random nigga. This video that's being sent around is of someone I was in a full-blown relationship with, lived with for 10 fucking months straight. We were madly in...
Okay, so chat. So is 10 months long enough to live with somebody to be making sex tapes? Hey, let's plug at the dark, man. I just gotta ask, chat. Is 10 months a long enough relationship to be making sex tapes? I mean, lady, shit, you said y'all been together, living together 10 months, and now you gotta fucking sex tape out. What the hell is going on?
Fucking love. So this is not like anyways, obviously she sent it from a number that wasn't her exact number, but she told me she was gonna do it. That number my son has is a new number. Nobody has that number. I can name the couple people that have that number, and how I know she has my son's number is.
So this is what I want to say. Plausible deniability. She did say she was going to do it and the video came from an unknown number. But I do have some questions. How did this sex video get out? Was it just a private thing between you and your man? Did she hack his phone and get the video? Were y'all selling, hold on, let me turn my mic down. I didn't know my mic was that loud, chat. Were y'all selling these videos? Were y'all selling the videos? How did the video get out for her to get it? That's what I want to know. How did the video get out for her to get it, chat?
Is because
let me know in the chat. How do y'all think the video got out? Do you think it was leaked or do you think she was selling the damn video?
Son and her son, Wesley Jr., were cool. You know, they were playing Roblox together when they met and all stuff like that. She called my son on FaceTime off his phone before, and then she texted him as well off of his phone. So I know you're the only one that has my Jit's number, and you're the only person that hates me enough to do something like that. I know I'm big on saying that I'm not police. I'm pressing full. Listen, I will stop at no cost.
That's the thing, OG. You said some people make them in a couple weeks, and that's true. But let's be real. How well did you know that person? Did you properly vet that person before you set up that damn Ring camera in that phone to record a sex video? What are we talking about? Every woman is talking about she wants this, she wants that, she wants to be loved and catered for. But let's be... You busting down on a fucking sex tape, man. 2-3 weeks into the relationship. What the fuck are we talking about here? Well, let's be real, man. You're busting down on camera 2-3 weeks into the fucking relationship, man. What? You want to be taken serious? You might as well made $2,500 for that, man. Put that shit on Bang Bros.
I'm calling these people every single day until justice is served, because you sent porno to a 9-year-old child's phone. Bitch, I'm gonna make sure you register as a fucking sex.
9? There's no excuse, bro. I don't care about the vendetta. I don't care about any... A 9-year-old? You, as a baby mama, sent a 9-year-old a video of his stepmom? Crazy. I'm not gonna lie, chat. That's crazy. That's crazy. She at least need her ass whooped, man. Somebody need to whoop her ass.
Sex offender, puss ass bitch. You just dug. After she sent the video to my son, she went and deleted that little tweet. Yeah, bitch, I have it documented. I have everything documented. But anyways, apart from all of that, you're a sick ass bitch. You're a sick individual. I don't care how much smoke I have with any bitch. It doesn't cross my mind to ever think the thought of anything of that sort. You told me out your mouth you were going to send my son a video like that of me. It doesn't even matter who's
Hold on, chat. Let me grab something to drink. I'm going to replay this when I get back. Let me grab something to drink.
in the video. You sent a 9-year-old boy porno and you think you're safe, bitch? Did you think that was a good idea? You're that mad your baby daddy won't respond to you, bitch? You accuse all these people of raping an innocent child that probably wasn't ever raped. Because you're the sick individual, bitch. You're the one with the problem. If you could send a 9-year-old child pornography, if you could say out your mouth you're gonna do it, fuck the fact that you even did it. You even said out your mouth you were gonna do it. Baby, you're the issue.
Shit crazy, Che. Hold on, man. What did she say at the end, man? What did she say at the end, Chad?
But anyways, apart from all of that, you're a sick ass bitch. You're a sick individual. I don't care how much smoke I have with any bitch. It doesn't cross my mind to ever think the thought of anything of that sort. You told...
No, we don't know they made it in 2 weeks. Christine, she said that she was with him for 10 months. I'm just speaking on what's going on now because OG Yosemite said that some people make those kind of videos in a few weeks. And I was like, you know what, OG, you right. And those same people that make those videos in 2 weeks want to be married and have a damn happy ever after and shit. It's like, lady, you just busted that thing open wide on camera. Been knowing you for like 2-3 weeks, man. You on cam on some shit like that. What are you talking about?
Told me out your mouth you were gonna send my son a video like that of me. It doesn't even matter who's in the video. You sent a 9-year-old boy porno and you think you're safe, bitch? Did you think that was a good idea? You're that mad your baby daddy won't respond to you, bitch?
Your ass going to jail.
You accuse all these people of raping an innocent child that probably wasn't ever raped. Because you're the sick individual, bitch. You're the one with the problem.
Got some allegations like that.
If you could send a 9-year-old child pornography, if you could say out your mouth you're gonna do it, fuck the fact that you even did it. You even said out your mouth you were gonna do it. Baby, you're the issue.
Yeah, she is the issue, chat. She is definitely the issue, man. She need an ass whoop for sure. She need an ass whooped. Beat on.
It's choking me out.
All right, chat. So this is another miscellaneous clip, but I don't know what the fuck is going on. It takes a different kind of person to go out here. This is what I was talking about. Look at him, chat. It's just damn near like quicksand, bro. Like this is a swamp puddle, but that shit's a little thick, man. It's like dude is out here in the middle of a fucking swamp puddle quicksand wrestling with an anaconda and surprised that he almost fucking died. What? What? Man, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, man. What are you doing out there, dude? Is this some shit? Like, some people just need to chill the fuck out, chat. Like, some people want to experience life, and I have no problem with that. But it's some shit that just shouldn't be done. Like this. Fucking around in quicksand with a damn 200-300 pound anaconda is not some shit that should be going on, chat. I'm just going to be honest with you.
I got it. It's choking me out. I got the head. I got that. Oh, guys, check that out. Guys, look at this.
Almost took his ass out. Look, his whole head under the water right there, chat. Look, you see his neck right there. Now look, watch him go away. Smiling. Oh, it's serious. It's serious. It's serious. Now his whole head under the fucking water. Right there, he thought he lost his life, man. What are we talking about, chat? What?
I got that. Oh, guys, check that out. Guys, look at the size of this anaconda. Oh my god. Guys, look how fat it is. It's the size of my head. This thing has to be, what, 18 feet? Oh my god, guys. Check out the size of this beauty. Check that out, guys. Woo.
Hell no, chat.
Check it out. I got it. It's choking me out.
I got it. It's choking me out. Man, there's nothing in my damn life that would make me want to get out there and do some shit like that, chat. I'm not gonna lie, man. Let's get into some of the news, man. Let's get into this Candace clip right quick. Candace responded to Trump, and then we'll get into the rest of the news, man. I want to see what Candace said to Trump right quick, chat. Double tap the screen, shut the live out, chat. We got to get to 100 likes, man. Everybody hit the like button, man. We got to get to 100 likes right here, right now, man. Damn, did that not work? There you go. I wish I had my sub counter. I don't.
All right, I'm obviously supposed to be off this week, but obviously I needed to come back because I wanted to address Mr. President Donald Trump. He is obviously arrived at a moment, and I just wanted to...
Bro, y'all don't think it's crazy that Trump is really beefing with content creators? Like, I don't think we've ever seen a president just openly fucking beef with content creators. Like, actual beef with them. And Trump tweeted about Palantir today and put the fucking ticker in the tweet, like telling everybody to go buy Palantir, bro. Like, this shit is crazy.
Hopefully these words will get to him. So I'll just say that. Dear Mr. President Trump, I've always been a fan of gladiator movies. I have watched them all countless times. Everybody who watches this podcast knows that. And when I consider what it is that I am so drawn to, like, is it the actors? Is it the storyline? Yeah, in part, of course. Who could deny, like, the performance of Russell Crowe in the first film. But above all of that, the characters, the script, there sits this sort of incontrovertible truth that I am absolutely fascinated by, which is the fragility of empires, right? What is it ultimately that collapses?
Chat, do y'all watch movies, chat? I'm not a big movie guy, chat. If y'all watch movies, comment your favorite movie in the chat right now. I really don't watch movies, but my favorite movie will probably be Paid in Full.
It's an empire. What makes an emperor weak or an emperor strong? I think more to the heart of the matter, the question is, what is it that makes a king or an emperor feel threatened initially, right? The setup of every movie is always the same. You have the wealthy elites, the politicians perched above a coliseum, slaves fighting to their deaths beneath, all for their distinct entertainment, obviously. And then comes the inevitable narrative flip. Suddenly, the elites and their scribes and the senators, they perceive a threat. And when does that happen? That's
Chat, y'all want to know what's crazy? When you see how Unknown came in here and said, "Hey, yo, Dave Chappelle," chat, my daddy really looks like Dave Chappelle. Like, my dad used to look exactly like Dave Chappelle. And now when people come in here and call me Dave Chappelle, like, do I fucking look like my daddy? Shit is crazy.
Actually not a rhetorical question, Mr. President. I know the answer. It is when a slave begins to command the crowd. Every single time, without fail. That's when the politicians begin to feel worried. And what is of particular interest to me about that moment is that the slaves, on their end, they never desire the seats of the politicians, right? They just want to have their...
Yeah, my dad is funny. He's a really funny guy. My dad's humor is kind of like my humor, chat. Like, real punchy and witty and straightforward. Like, my dad is real sharp. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a quick jab, and it's funny as hell.
Their most basic needs met. In most circumstances, they'd happily would serve some sort of structure of governance forever if their basic needs could be met, but it's proven to be a historical impossibility, right? Inevitably, we arrive at the moment of political extravagance, the fabled let them eat cake moment. They just can't stop, right? There can be absolutely no truth.
I'm in my early 30s, chat. How old are y'all, chat? Let's see how old the chat is. You know, old, young, new, you know, aging gracefully. Let's see how old the chat is, man. I'm in my early 30s, chat.
Between a master and his slave. For that reason, the nature of the relationship forbids it. And I think about this a lot now, very often, mostly in the context of our late mutual friend, Charlie Kirk. I think to myself, when was the exact moment that Charlie Kirk understood that he was not free? That he had money and that he had fame, but he did not actually have freedom. You know, between you and I, whoever it was that made the decision to kill him was correct in their assessment that he was indeed a threat, because Charlie Kirk could command a crowd.
Yes. Now, Charlie, now that we see the way this war in Iran is playing out, chat, I don't know. I don't know, chat. Now that I see the way this war is playing out in Iran, I think they might have got Charlie the fuck up out of the way because of this Iran shit. They said it was pulling away from Israel, which that coincides with this Iran shit. I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. Charlie Kirk, look at everybody that's turned on Trump. Everybody. You got Megyn Kelly, you got Alex Jones, Candace, Nick Fuentes, you got everybody. And and the only people, honestly, who haven't turned against Trump are the We Are Charlie crowd. The We Are Charlie crowd is the only crowd really that hasn't turned on Trump right now.
He was capable of that. So much so that he actually, if you think about it, he's been dead for 7 months and the crowd still moves on his behalf. That's incredible. That is real power, Mr. Trump. You should ask yourself, how did he achieve it? I would offer it's because he never sat above, perched, looking down at the slaves, right? Charlie understood how movements were built and, more crucially, how they were sustained. Someone actually said to me shortly after his death that Charlie was a maestro. He understood that every instrument was needed to command an orchestra. The strings, the woodwind, the brass, the percussion, all very different sounds, but he could hear them each brilliantly, each section And that very
Chat, so I have a live poll in the chat right now. Everybody hit the like button. Let's get to 100 likes. Double tap that screen, hit the 3 dots at the top. What was the best decade that you lived in? Let me know, chat, what was the best decade that you lived in?
various times he would conduct one sound above the other, more flute, less violin, more cello. Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, different instruments, to be sure. But only a fool or someone under the express direction of one could have thought to hit send on what you published on Truth Social last night. And I think that we should read it together, Mr. President, shall we? Okay, here's what you wrote. You wrote, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is.
So for me, chat, I'm a millennial. So I didn't see a lot of decades. The 90s, I was, fucking playing with bats and balls and shit. Just be honest. The 2000s, I love the music, the era. I love the 2000s. But for me, the best decade was probably the 2010s. That's just me personally. I was in my 20s, coming up. That was me. I was becoming an adult.
Is wonderful for Iran, the number one state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They are stupid people. They know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past, look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They are nut jobs, troublemakers, and they will say anything necessary for some.
No, big niece, that's the 2010s. So around the time I was graduating and becoming an adult, getting out there on my own, that's the 2010s for me. So you got the 80s, 90s, 2000s, then you have the 2010s.
Free and cheap publicity. Now they think they can get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them. And their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in Atlanta.
You said you don't have to live in the 90s to know the 90s. I'm 33. Were you about the same age as me? You didn't know what the fuck was going on in the 90s, man. We were like 6 or 7, bro. Let's be honest. The fuck could a 6 or 7-year-old really know?
Landslide. Okay, let's park it there, right? Let's just chew on that portion right there first, because it is a stunning break from reality. Because I'll ask the question, do you have any idea why it was, Mr. President, that your old tweets, the sentences you used to say, which were typically definitely insults back in 2015, but do you ever wonder why they worked? I can help you. Ready? It's because they were rooted in some element of truth. Okay. So if you called Rosie O'Donnell,
you said Seinfeld or Friends, chat. Seinfeld or Friends, pick one. I never watched either one of them, man. I'm going to be honest. If you ask me Seinfeld or Friends, I'll probably say some shit like the Jamie Foxx show, man. I'll probably say some shit, I'm just being honest, man. Seinfeld or Friends plugs, Jamie Foxx show.
Unattractive, or when you said Hillary Clinton should be in prison, it played to the crowd because although many people thought it was inappropriate and beneath the dignity of a politician, it was based in truth, right? Hillary Clinton's done some things. Now, you can call Megyn Kelly a great many things. I have definitely had my political disagreements with her over the years. Low IQ? Really? Tucker Carlson, low IQ? Me, low IQ? The three of us unsuccessful somehow? When you write stuff like that, you just demonstrate nothing but your own irrationality. It just doesn't land. Nobody cares about them anymore. Really? You're the leader of the free world and you're tweeting about us. I think that means somebody cares.
Oh, chat, come on. Come on, chat. Damn it. It's the weekend. We weekenders. I came in here late. Y'all told me y'all was locked in. Why the hell are we only at 60 likes? What are we doing, man? Y'all asleep in here? Y'all sleepwalked in here, man? Double tap the screen for me. Shut a live out. Look at Nomad coming through supporting the channel via Super Chat. Nomad says they divided you so you conquer yourselves. Same as us too. Good luck and God bless from Australia. Thank you for that Super Chat, Nomad. Good luck to you guys as well. Good luck to you guys as well.
actually what nobody cares about anymore.
All right, Chad, who has the highest IQ? No, who has the lowest IQ out of Megyn Kelly, Candace, and Tucker Carlson, man? Who has, and Alex Jones, who has the lowest IQ? I believe that's who all Trump called out. Megyn Kelly, Tucker, Candace, and Alex Jones. Who has the lowest IQ between the four?
Anymore. And what you seem to have an inability to comprehend is that traditional cable news no longer moves the needle. Cable TV is a dying medium. FDR, he used the radio, right? His voice, the fireside chats, it worked. It moved audiences when it was new. And when the world transitioned there, and then suddenly it was the dawn of television, JFK's good looks on the screen, that served him. And he used that. Once again, fast forward to today, and the world is technologically advancing.
So where do y'all stand on the Alex Jones Sandy Hook thing, chat? Where do y'all stand on the Alex Jones Sandy Hook? Should Alex Jones have to pay that $1 billion, or were those really crisis actors? Were those really crisis actors, or should Alex Jones have to pay that $1 billion?
Yet you're launching insults at what you don't comprehend. Joe Rogan is not going to do Fox News hits. Do you understand this? He is not trying to get on CNN. None of us are. I don't know how else to help you understand. You are quite literally mocking people because they comprehend something that you don't.
You said yes, and you need to wake up. Robert Fisk, I got damn near 1,000 videos on YouTube. I've been doing this shit every fucking day, damn near 2 years, and you want to come in here and tell me I need to wake up? You need to go check the recordings. You need to go watch the tail of the tape, man. It's damn near probably 100,000 hours of video up here, man. What the hell are you talking about, man?
Tucker Carlson is more powerful than you. Deep down, I think you know that, and I think you resent that, which is proven by your next lines. Let's read on. You continue, MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100% approval rating of Trump, not hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same. Perhaps he should see a good psychiatrist. Okay. Obviously, Tucker Carlson is in his prime. The whole world understands.
He's saying you are a MAGA stooge. That's the thing, chat. I've never been MAGA. It's like y'all come in here, man, just swiping up on the live and pass judgment before you even sit in here and have a conversation or see anything. It's you pass judgment because you're so used to seeing a black liberal, or you're so used to seeing a black conservative, that when a black person gets up here and tells you that I don't trust none of you motherfuckers, it's surprising. I'm just gonna let you know, I don't trust you. I don't trust these people in charge. I don't trust nobody. No fucking body, man. I don't care if they Democrat, Republican. I don't care if they anything, man. They're sold out. They've been bought. They don't give a fuck about us. They don't care if we die in mass. I don't give a fuck about them, man. I don't trust none of them motherfuckers, man.
Understands that sentence
and I don't trust you. Who was that said that? Whoever said that, I don't trust you either.
Couldn't even finish college. Are you aware that your base is comprised of blue-collar workers who never went to college, many who never so much wanted to go to college, never dreamed it? The farmers, the ranchers, the plumbers, the electricians, the people who work with their hands, you now stick your nose up to all of those people? Do you know who else didn't go to college? Charlie Kirk didn't go to college. Those men, many, I would say, a lot of the men and women that you and Pete Hegseth want to send to their deaths in the Middle East, many of them, probably most of them, didn't go to college. And let me be perfectly clear here when I say that each and every one of them is infinitely more smart and more capable than you and the people that you surround yourself with in this.
That's the thing, Rumble. I don't want you guys to trust me. I want you guys to do your own research. If you want to get spoon-fed an opinion, I got one for you, but I want you to do your own research. Only thing that I want you guys to trust and believe in me in is that I'm going to be consistent, that I'm going to show the fuck up, that you have a space to come voice your opinion, disagree, agree, get some information. That's the only thing I want you guys to trust me for. Straight up.
This moment. But let's continue, because CNN says you got 100% support. You write, or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close. This Brigitte Macron.
Thank you, Bucky.
Who did you write that sentence for? Not even Brigitte Macron and Emmanuel Macron applauded that sentence, okay? They said incroyable. It doesn't help. Sometimes propaganda, when it's too naked, actually just hurts the cause that it purports to support.
Yeah, I'm gonna be all the way honest, chat. I really don't shame people and shit, man, but the Macron lady does not look better than Candace, man. Trump is fucking lying, bro. Like, I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chad. The Macron lady does not look better than. It's not even fucking close, bro. Like, let's be real, man.
What is your obsession with Brigitte? This Brigitte Macron in the swimsuit? You think that you can command people, men, straight men, to suddenly think that Brigitte is hot? Did you date Jean-Michel Trogneau? Are you gay? Why are you so obsessed calling me from the White House? Stop talking about Brigitte. Is it a physical attraction truly that you had there back when he was better looking, I suppose? Did you sleep with him when he was a man? Do you think people care?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I think Trump might crack Brigitte Macron, man. I think Trump might crack, man. What do y'all think, chat? Do y'all think Trump would crack Brigitte Macron, man, if given the opportunity?
To your point about, I hope she wins money since it's all you see, gold, shekels. Do you think your base cares when the subject matter is children that are being statutorily raped by their supervisors? Do you understand that no one in MAGA, in true MAGA, cares about money above truth and protecting children? Did you connect that dot when we revolted against you saying, what about the Epstein files? That seems to be a theme with you. Protecting people who harm children. Why do you keep doing that? Why do you want people to be sued for standing up to that class? We continue. Let's go back to your message conclusively, right? Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune as he should have.
Nah, Jason, I ain't got your bag sent out yet. I gotta get with my people who does the shipping for the brand. I gotta get with the people who does the shipping for the brand, and we'll get it out to you. You'll have it in the next week, man. We'll get your Zai bag out this week, Jason.
All about money for you.
I do got the address though. I did get the address.
Trump, isn't it? For his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming that it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, who you literally, you just cited as saying you had 100% support. So are they fake or are they real Trump? Now, the fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They are not MAGA, they are losers. Just trying to latch onto MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want. But when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown. But I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing what's right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again. And these people have no idea how to do that. But I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. Was that written by Mark Levin? Like when he was 6? Or who put this message together? The hottest country in the world because we're bombing kids for no reason, because we just killed 150 schoolgirls for no reason, because you guys just lied about 6 of our servicemen who died. And they had to leak that to CBS News, that you were lying about what was happening. Is that what makes...
Hey, Chad, who do y'all think the craziest person in the administration is right now, Chad? Who is the craziest individual in the Trump administration right now?
us hot Is Hot Girl Summer being led by Brigitte Macron and people who attack people, other journalists for telling the truth? Is what's going on? Who put this message together for you and hit send? You're citing CNN, but you're also dissing CNN for having produced certain polls. I don't know. You just told us that we couldn't get on CNN, but now you're saying that we have good coverage on CNN. You're all over the place. It seems like you can't put together a coherent thought. Let me tell you something, and this is just reality, okay? Going back to just the rules of the jungle, okay? Let all the politicians and advisors around you evaporate for just a moment. Just you and me, ready? People will not fight beside, behind, or for someone who is fundamentally disloyal, okay? If disloyalty and deceit is in your nature, then I highly suggest that you combine it with silence. You can be what you are, but I would advise you do it quietly, Trump, because MAGA is no longer commanded by you, and you know it. You know it. You belong to the Epstein class. That is your legacy now. People will see your name on buildings, whatever was agreed upon in those boardrooms with Jared Kushner, Trump, Gaza, hotel, whatever you tweeted, so crass. They will see that. You will earn that. And
see, that's the thing. You got people coming in here like Lil Brandon talking about another confused brother. What am I confused about, Lil Brandon? What am I confused? See, this is the thing, Chad. This will let me know. Brandon comes in with a fucking anime picture talking about another confused brother. Dude, you have a fucking anime avatar talking about another confused brother. Like, let's be real here. If I was white, Latino, anything else, you wouldn't have said shit. You wouldn't have said shit, but because I'm black, I'm another confused brother. You have a fucking anime avatar of a little fucking person crying in your picture. You have real tears in your eyes in your fucking anime picture talking about I'm a confused brother. I'm a confused brother.
And then when they see it,
you're the type to go get the damn mop stick. You get the mop and you take the strings off the mop to where you just got the pole and you walk around your house and your drawers spinning that shit, talking about you going Super Saiyan. But I'm a confused brother.
they will think about how many children had to die or be raped by men on islands so that you could stick the Trump name upon a building. And for clarity, Mr. President, that's not my fault. That's not Megyn Kelly's fault. That's not Tucker Carlson's fault. You made that trade. You chose money above respect. And what an absolute shame that you chose to do that toward the end of your life. Okay, because
this is the thing. Brandon Dees is black, Chad. He's black, calling me a confused brother with a white anime character as his avatar that's crying. A white anime character that's crying. And this nigga's calling me a confused brother. Look in the mirror, nigga. Do you look in the mirror when you wake up, man? You have a white anime that's crying. And you running around YouTube telling other niggas they confused, bro. Crazy.
you can't take money and things and stuff with you when you go, just your soul. And you sold yours for what? Another gilded ballroom? Let me be perfectly clear when I say this. Charlie Kirk, he died free. You will most certainly die a slave. Okay? You are in chains right now, and the entire world can see that perfectly. At best, what you can hope for in this moment is that maybe one day upon the college campuses that you so deeply cherish, they'll teach all about your now tarnished legacy as the perfect modern day example of Plato's allegory of the cave. You familiar with that one? The prisoner chained in a cave. Multiple prisoners chained in a cave with a fire burning behind them, mistaking shadows on the wall for reality. And when one of those prisoners escapes and makes it outside of the cave and into true daylight and sees, oh wait, that's not reality, and they return and they try to tell the other prisoners, no, there's truth and there's actual reality outside. They fight that person. They don't believe it. They call that person crazy.
What's up, AJ?
That's
What's
you.
up, Miss Bones?
You are chained inside
Hey, chat, we just cracked 100 likes. Let's get the 200 likes right quick. Double tap that screen. Go to the top, hit the 3 dots, man. Brandon, it's nothing personal. I just had to get on your ass real quick. You know, sometimes my chat likes it when I give them a little entertainment. And I think that shit was like the pot calling the kettle black, nigga. If I'm confused, what the fuck are you?
of a cave right now. And who's making those shadows on the wall, right? At best, the annals of history, I think within them you will be relegated to a philosophical discussion. The madness of President Trump. People will ask, who made Mr. Trump believe the shadows on the wall were real? The professor will chide the class and
What's up, Southern man? See, this is funny too, because it's like when he called me a confused brother, chat, all the black people in the chat know, like that's some black talk. You know what I'm saying? That's what black people say to other black people. So when he called me a confused brother, it's like, damn, nigga, did you not see Samurai Jack, the Boondocks? Like, damn, it's all kind of black animes, nigga. Am I confused or are you confused, nigga?
in essays, students will cite the example of the man who was once considered a leader of a movement, suddenly reduced to sitting on the side in the Situation Room at the White House while the leader of a foreign country, Benjamin Netanyahu, stands above him, convincing him that Iran represents an imminent threat which can be crippled within weeks. Yeah, the students in that class will be mystified. It will be such a compelling examination. Good discussion. Bibi is your master. Maybe it's Miriam Adelson that lights the fire and Bibi that makes the shadows on the wall. But the entire world
Oh yeah, Chad. Netanyahu also asked for his corruption trial to be postponed again, citing national security. So, Chad, do you think that is a valid reason? I'm not asking whether you think Netanyahu should go to jail or not. Is it a valid reason to suspend the trial for national security concerns? Right now, he's a wartime leader. I'm asking, Chad, yes or no, is that a valid reason to suspend his corruption trial? National security concerns.
recognizes that now. And though I highly doubt that you will be permitted any opportunity to see what the crowd now thinks of you, I have to do my best to try. So here you are. Take a listen.
I don't know who's whispering to this guy's ear like freaking Grima Wormtongue from Lord of the Rings, but they're telling you wrong stuff, bro. Half of the people that I grew up with in this movement are not on Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin's team. Okay, we aren't neocons. We aren't war hawks. We want America first. And if you make me choose between America first and MAGA, it's America first all day. That's what MAGA was supposed to be. You were just the best vessel for it, bro. Don't get it twisted.
But as bad as he is, as corrupt as he's gotten, the insider trading, all of it, I'm really glad he's differentiating and saying, you're not with me, because I'm not with you. I don't want to be at your cool, corrupt kid, Howard Lutnick, Jeffrey Epstein class table. Thank you so much for delineating that I'm not with you, a sinking, burning ship. He wasn't loyal to his original mission. He wasn't loyal to America, and he became a creature of Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu, and all of his never-Trumper enemies are now the courtiers with the madness of King Lear telling him the lies and worshiping him the way he wants to hear it, and I am not one of those people.
This proves one of many things. The first thing, he shouldn't be in office anymore. Implement the 25th. He's not loyal to this country, and he's not loyal to anybody. Well, except for that little country.
Man, listen, man.
In the Middle East.
Y'all that shit from the jump, man. From the jump, bro. I told y'all, man. I don't think Trump's loyal to nothing but legacy. His motherfucking legacy, man. Y'all was like, it's not the money. It's not the money. He's already rich. Man, it's legacy, man. Generation shit, man. There are still people that we speak about from 2,000 to 3,000, 2,000 years ago. It's still people from 2,000 years ago that are relevant today. Trump is trying to be one of those people, man. That's what this shit is about, man.
It's almost like he does what he's told. And the last president to tell that little country no was JFK, and we all know what happened to him. It's like, Donald Trump, how can you call them losers when you lose to Bibi Netanyahu in Israel every single day? When's the last time you told them no to anything?
He said Brigitte Macron is far more beautiful than Candace Owens.
All I can say is he's blind.
That's all across the internet. Take your pick, left and right. People understand that message was really your basket of deplorables moment. I mean, even on Truth Social, your very own platform, they've turned on you. Let's go through just some of these responses, okay? What? You are way out of line. Most of these people, especially Alex Jones, have been your day ones. That's correct.
Nah, man, I'm really critical of all of the people that we watch over here. I watch left, right. I'm not watching some of these creators though. It's some people I just can't watch. But I do watch left creators. I watch right creators. And I'm critical of all of them. Like I told you, I don't trust none of these motherfuckers. None of them. Not one of them. Honestly, I say that, and I will put my fucking arm in a lie detector test about that. I trust none of them.
Just to remind you, Trump, when no one would have you on, when no media company would have you on, Alex Jones had you on his show. This person continues, you need to take a step back and take a good hard look at who is whispering in your ear and get back to America first. Next person, Trump, you are just going against everyone that fought for him to win just because of the Epstein files and being at war with Iran for Israel. They didn't leave MAGA, MAGA left them. Clearly you are insane. Time to resign, Donald, or face the 25th. You are mentally and emotionally unfit to be POTUS. You are so childish. Clearly, the truth.
All right, Chad, let's get a roll call, man. MAGA, America first, or what's in the chat, man? Do we got MAGA in the chat? MAGA, if you in the chat, stand up, man. If we got America first in the chat, stand up, man. Let's see who's in the chat, man.
Truth has triggered you, being one of your biggest supporters. I am done with you and your lies. Look at the mess that you have gotten our country into by bending the knee to a monster. I could go on and on, but I have to say that when I was looking online, in my view, what was the most brutal and sadly a recurring response all across social media was this. Take a look at this tweet about Charlie. People were saying that Charlie would be on this list if they hadn't killed him. Like I said, many people said that in different ways. Charlie would be on this list if they hadn't killed him. So you should probably take a second to fully absorb what is being implied there. What is being implied there is that there is no truth and there is no loyalty within you. And for that reason, I genuinely pity you. I am not angry. I am not upset. I don't want to rant at you. I believe you are in a situation that I would never want to be in, surrounded by advisors who hate you to their core, but they understand you. They know how to insulate you. They know how to watch you and encourage you to self-destruct because they perceive you as weak. And weakness is a means for them to fulfill their own ends.
See, and that's a reason, chat, that I don't tell people my birth date or none of that shit, man. Do you know a lot of presidents and people and what do we call that? Public figures switch their birth date for reasons like that, so people can't manipulate them because they do believe in the zodiacs and how people have certain behavioral patterns. But for that reason right there, I don't tell people my fucking birthday. Like how people are just, oh, what's your sign? Oh, when were you born and shit? I get quiet, Chad. I get real fucking quiet. I'm not gonna lie. I just be.
Sadly, you've now lived long enough to become everything that you once claimed Hillary Clinton was. Respectfully. We'll be right back after a brief break. All right, you guys, thanks to you last year, Preborn helped to put together a pretty brutal montage of Trump. Take a look at this.
I just mentioned a name, but a woman who I saw the other night on television just ripped some poor idiot apart. Megyn Kelly is here, and she's doing... Come up, Megyn. Come up here, Megyn. By the way, I'm having a great time up here. Are you having a good time? This guy... Is he the greatest interviewer? Candace Owens, I watched her and I saw her coming. I said, you know, I'm pretty good at star power. I look at I say, that's a star.
What's up, Carlos?
I just want to finish by saying your reputation's amazing. I will not let you down. You will be very, very.
What's up, Carlos? What's up, H Buster? What's up, Top Cat? Giorgio says, do you believe these people use zodiac signs to understand how to manipulate people? Yes, even on a surface level. So when we're talking about these people here, I believe it's way deeper. But even in your regular lives, there are people out here who garner that information for the sole purpose of manipulation. If they know you're a loyal friend, they'll position you there. If they know that you're angered easily, they'll position you there. This goes all listen, man, and men, especially men, watch your ass, man. It's women out here that will, get to asking you all of that shit so they can know how to better manipulate you, man. I don't tell people that shit. Like, I've been like that since I was young, like straight up.
Impressed.
So the obvious question is, what or who changed Donald Trump, right? How does one go from making friends with people, fighting beside people, promising, being very explicit in his guarantee, promising no new wars, right? No new wars in the Middle East. We're going to lower gas prices, to suddenly insider trading, right? That looks like that happened recently. Never ending wars. We're everywhere fighting all the time, and we're never being told. No one's articulating a reason as to why we're going down to Venezuela, why we're speaking about Greenland, and all of a sudden, oh, okay, here we are going to Iran, despite the fact that nobody wants to go. Not even the people in the armed services. They don't know. Everybody is saying there's no need to do this, and yet he does it, right? Who is guiding that? Megyn Kelly is asking the right questions on Piers Morgan. Take a listen.
And so what led Trump, at 79 years old, to sit in there in that situation room when Bibi Netanyahu...
Thanks, Mega Dan. I have had a couple people reach back out to me, and they're going to come on the channel. We're going to do some interviews. Thanks, Mega Dan. Thank you, Too Strong, for pushing out our message far and wide to these other creators, getting our name in these YouTube streets. We do got a couple of interviews and conversations scheduled for the next coming weeks. Thank you. Y'all continue to do that for me.
Netanyahu was seated as an equal.
Yeah.
Trump didn't even sit at the head of the table. Trump sat at the side of the table, and Bibi was across from him as an equal in the American Situation Room. What led him to sit there and buy what that guy was selling, hook, line, and sinker? So,
Chad, how do you feel about Bibi Netanyahu being in the Situation Room? Netanyahu was in the Situation Room. I believe this has not happened before, a foreign leader in the Situation Room. How do y'all feel about that? And not only was he in the Situation Room, Trump sat across from him. He did not sit at the table like he was in control. Trump sat across from Netanyahu in the Situation Room, Chad. Are y'all for that or against it, or does it not matter? Are y'all for it, against it, or does it not matter? Chad, we got to get to the next like goal. Everyone double tap that screen, go to the top, hit the like button, man, the 3 dots. We have to hit the next like goal. 25 likes away.
Other president was able to see through that liar. What was it? Because he was told the next day by our own top advisors, from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of State to the vice president, that these are lies and that these objectives are not going to be attainable. Don't believe him.
Well, Megyn, I think Tucker actually has the right idea. So he published this letter, and I'm going to read it. He writes, he's in a tough spot, referring to President Donald Trump. Establishment media never reports this, but the Israeli government has a storied history of blackmailing U.S. presidents. Perhaps the most jarring example occurred in the 90s when Israel used recordings of Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky phone sex sessions as leverage to pressure Clinton into releasing convicted.
So my thoughts on Netanyahu being in a Situation Room sitting adjacent from Trump, at no point should he be sitting adjacent to Trump, for one. Trump should always be in control, especially in this situation when it's regarding our country. Trump should always be in control, and he should assert that dominance. He should assert that dominance by sitting at the head of the table, in my opinion. Now, when it comes to Netanyahu being in the Situation Room, now I don't know exactly what all that entails of him being in the Situation Room. But if he was in the Situation Room, he should have definitely not been sitting adjacent to Trump unless there was something going on with the screen. Like maybe they couldn't see the TV and they had to sit across from each other so they could both look at the TV. I don't know. But I don't like that Trump wasn't, positioned at the head of that table leading the meeting. They said during that meeting, Trump was shown a montage of potential leaders that could replace the Ayatollah, and he was told that it would be a pretty quick session. It would be pretty much in and out during that session. They said he left that meeting sold. He was sold on attacking Iran.
By Jonathan Pollard from prison.
Allegedly.
We are not joking, that really happened. The phone sex story is worth remembering as President Trump attempts to end the Iran war. Like many other things Israel has done, it shows that America's special ally is willing to play very dirty to achieve its goals. Dark money, campaign contributions, extortion, physical threats, and even assassination. In their anti-Christian worldview, the end always justifies the means. They haven't.
Another thing they did report on 2 occasions, they caught people trying to put tracking devices on Trump's vehicles. They caught people trying to put devices on Trump's vehicles. So allowing Netanyahu in the Situation Room, of course Netanyahu's going to have security or whoever's there. They say that there's already a big presence over there. It's kind of like, fuck, bro.
No issue destroying lives. Israel's current top priority is making sure Operation Epic Fury does not stop. They know the U.S. fighting their war for them is the best chance of expanding their borders and becoming a global superpower, and a peace deal would foil their plot. Based on the country's past, its leaders are doubtlessly willing to push as hard and as necessary to ensure the bloodshed continues. That could mean Clinton-style blackmail against Trump or something far more morbid. We do not know for sure whether that is happening, but the mere possibility is haunting enough to keep the president up at night. He is under a level of pressure.
Not much, Carter. Welcome in, chat. If you are a first-timer here, put first-timer in the chat, man, and my mods will be sure to show y'all some love. My mods will take care of y'all, man. First-timers in the chat. What I'm going to say is this. You said, hold on. U.S. needs to leave NATO. The U.S. does not need to leave NATO, in my opinion, but now it's looking like it's almost a given, like we have to. At the beginning of this conflict, at the beginning of this last year, I wouldn't have said that. Now it's looking like tension and relations are decades away from being rebuilt. It'll take decades to rebuild these relationships that have been tarnished over the last, we'll say, 18 months on both sides. On both sides. Yes, Trump did pull a lot of countries' hoe cards and a lot of countries' leaders' hoe cards, telling leaders they kiss his ass, didn't want to kiss his ass, calling Keir Starmer weak, telling Zelensky to fight his little heart out, saying that Netanyahu a crazy motherfucker or whatever he said. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Now, when his shit's popping off, these people don't want to be involved. Why? Because Europe gets a lot of their energy from Iran. They're already saying the Strait of Hormuz is going to be closed indefinitely because they can't find the mines in there. So what does that mean? They just said on the 10th, starting tomorrow, the last shipment of oil is going to hit Europe. What the fuck does that mean? The Strait of Hormuz is closed indefinitely because they don't know where the fucking mines are. They've drifted off from their original positions. Let alone them not wanting to open it. They're about to start fuel rationing. And what comes with fuel rationing? Panic. What comes with panic? Bank withdrawals, bank runs. What comes with bank runs? Y'all know the rest, chat. Y'all know the fucking rest, man.
That most people cannot fathom, with rabid Israel firsters viciously harassing him anytime he dares to stray even slightly from their favorite country's agenda. Their shameless pursuit is steadfast enough to make even a man like Donald Trump go mad. They are as persistent as any group in history, no matter how well the White House has treated them in the past. They are never grateful, they always want more, and they refuse to give the president even an inch of breathing room. It is an unrelenting full-court press. We decided to write this after Trump published a Truth Social post attacking our company, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones, each of whom supported him for years. Rather than engaging in petty name-calling, we want to give the president some grace. He is facing a level of pressure that is dark enough to make him abandon his campaign promises and morph into the precise kind of politician he once vowed to destroy. He would not have let that happen unless his personal stakes were really high. We hope he overcomes.
That's the thing. You said, why will we panic for Europe? Because this is a global economy. Do you not know that over the last, what has it been, chat? 20, 30 years they've been pushing for globalization. This is globalization. Energy is going to be through the fucking roof. What do you mean? Who cares about Europe? It's just going to fall over here. We already see the corporations. They're not going to, once prices get high, they don't come down. What don't you get about that? Did you not hear what Delta CEO said? Fuck it. We don't care what the jet fuel price goes down to. We're not dropping our prices, man. What are you talking about, man? Everybody that owns a fucking gas station from Maine all the way to Southern California was out there with them damn signs, switching them numbers around. Day one. Gas is up 22% damn near in a month. The fuck are you talking? Can you afford $10 gas? Nigga, I can't. The fuck are you talking about?
It's very kind of them. It is good to have grace. Like I said, I don't feel angry at him. You can't be angry because there was nothing that landed. There was no truth in what he posted. Ironically, being posted on Truth Social. Who's going to be upset about Brigitte Macron is hot? There's something that is so fundamentally childish about what he published. Everybody who disagrees with me is low IQ. People can see which way the wind is blowing on this. And I do want to comment and share something that I hadn't shared before. And I don't know if it means something, but it's something that has always lived inside of me, which was something that Charlie Kirk told me before he passed and something that Andrew Colvett confirmed to me. This is, again, when everybody was good. And obviously things are not the same between me and Andrew Colvett because I don't believe him. I just don't believe him. But
no, it's not TDS, Mac. It's not TDS because when Biden had inflation almost at 4% and our strategic oil reserves at the lowest point in 50 years, I was doing the same fucking thing. I was running my mouth. I don't care if it's Biden, Trump, Obama, Bush, Kamala. I don't give a fuck who it is, man. Anybody can get the smoke, man. What are we talking about? I'm gonna talk about this shit when I go out there, man. And we're already talking about 22% increases in a month. I'm supposed to just shut the fuck up. I'm supposed to just shut the fuck up.
Before it was announced that Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million, this was, I think it was announced in July or just before July of 2024. And I was told by Charlie that he and Andrew Colvett were present for that meeting with Donald Trump. And the reason that Charlie told me the story, and again, I could go back and try to figure out when exactly the discussion happened. I want to say it was May. So I knew that money went through and I knew what she wanted in exchange for $100 million. What Charlie and Andrew Colvett told me was that she said that she wanted in exchange for Trump to allow them to annex not Gaza, but the West Bank.
This is the thing. I don't trust any of them, Chad. That's what I want y'all to get through. Hello, Tracy. Welcome in as a first timer. Mods, welcome Tracy in. I want y'all to understand this. It's not about Trump derangement. I don't give a fuck. It's about the establishment. It's about we are sold the fuck out. The timeline is accelerated and everything that they're trying to do is looking like it's about to come to fruition. We just had Trump say yesterday that we're moving to a digital economy. We're moving to a new economy. We have him coming out today saying that it's a global reset is happening. What the fuck do you guys think that entails? All of the religious people know what it entails. It's the mark of the fucking beast, man. It's rolling out in our faces. We got data centers being built every fucking where. Who is that Massachusetts that banned data centers today? What do you think data centers are for? It's to run the new world. Zero privacy, zero anything, man. They're phasing out cash. You won't be able to do shit. You're going to get in fucking line or starve and die. Eventually. We're going to probably be the last ones. These kids that are being born into this world, man, they can't fight for themselves yet. They're going to be looking at us in 20 years like, why the fuck did you stand silent? Why? Nobody said nothing, Dad? Nobody said anything? Everybody just stood around?
I was stunned by this. I think it has since made the news. But of course, this is like a totally different pretense than October 7th. Hamas is not in the West Bank, and that is what she wanted in exchange. After she said this to Trump, Trump went, he was wherever Charlie was, Trump was adjusting his tie and looking in the mirror, and he said, I'm going to take her money, and then I'll F her over. Okay. I am hearing this from Charlie, who was there first person, and Andrew, who confirmed this. Andrew was also there. That nobody else was there but Andrew and Charlie when Trump said this. A few weeks later, there was the Butler attempted assassination. And I find it very strange that Donald Trump is not interested or has appeared to be completely disinterested in determining who fired that shot. There were a lot of holes in that story. I didn't go down that rabbit hole. But I do know that once you assume office and you have the power to get more information and put more information out there, it's weird that he was satisfied just moving on from that. And I do remember watching Don Trump Jr. on stage when someone sort of prodded him on that and like, you know, are you satisfied with the conclusion of what happened in Butler? That Donald Trump Jr. kind of said.
That's the thing, chat. Nobody said anything. That's why I get on here every night doing what I'm doing. Nobody's gonna say anything. It's happening. We were all thought that this shit could never happen. It's happening right here, right now. We can't just ride it out. Ride it out to what? Who's driving the car? Everybody wants to ride. Nobody asks who's driving the fucking car. Nobody asks where are we going? What's the destination, nigga?
I'm not, but my father is, and that's that. Like it just kind of got hushed up. And I had wondered in my mind if it got back to me that Trump said that, if it maybe got back to the Adelsons that Trump said that. You don't take $100 million from a family of, I would say, gangsters, right? You're in gambling. It's not exactly an industry. I'm talking about Sheldon. That's what they made the money on. You don't take that kind of money and then express to people that you're planning on just screwing the person over. I just have a lot of questions about that. And it all transpired very quickly.
No, that's the thing. It's a fight right now for who's driving the car. We got the old guard and the new guard. We got the bankers and the technocrats, man. That's what we got going on right now. Right now, we got Elon, Altman, Bezos, what's NVIDIA's CEO. Those motherfuckers are trying to drive the car. We know who the bankers are. We know who the banking system is. We know those companies, those corporations, those heavy-hitting names. It's a battle right now for who's about to drive the fucking car.
And I just wanted to share that, especially in the context of Tucker saying we should have some grace, and clearly something happened and presidents have been assassinated in the past. And I do think that we have all noted this shift in him since Butler, Pennsylvania. Again, that is all I know. Not pointing the finger or assigning any blame, but I think we all have questions about how quickly Trump wanted to sort of close the book on Butler, Pennsylvania. And I will leave it at that. We know in many ways that Trump has done various deals with various kinds of devils. He is definitively surrounded by certifiable lunatics, one of them being Laura Loomer. And that's putting it mildly. I mean, she has been committed multiple times by her own family. She once chained herself to to Twitter headquarters. It was actually Twitter when she did this, and wore.
That's crazy. Bro, play the game. Buy Palantir. Who gives a F about the drivers if it pays you? I don't even have any words for that, man. This is why we're here right now, chat. It's crazy, bro.
A yellow star. She's not even Jewish. If you ask her to produce a photo of her bat mitzvah, she cannot, because she was not bat mitzvahed and she is not Jewish. It's just something she's playing the part of. It's one of her many personalities. And she proudly promotes the fact that she is one of Trump's closest advisor. A certifiable lunatic is one of his closest advisors. And she yesterday proudly promoted the fact that she was behind his tweet last night to me and Tucker and Megan, but to Tucker Carlson in particular. Take a listen to her being braggadocious.
But the president has had enough of Tucker. And yeah, I'm just going to admit it. I sent the president Tucker Carlson's clip so he can see the that he says about him. I do. And I want that Tucker Carlson to know that I'm the one who knifed him from the front. I want him to know. I'm not talking about physical violence, physical knifing, but yeah, I'm the one that sent the president all your Tucker, because he deserves to see the fact that you are lying about him and you are smearing him and you are saying the most vile things about our country and our president, and you are creating so much chaos. You're going to cause the Democrats to take the House and the Senate, and you are endangering our national security by whitewashing this barbaric death cult ideology known as Islam. So I just hope that he knows that, yes, Tucker, there are people out there who actually have the courage to take your drivel and take your bullshit to the president.
When the reason I paused chat and I had to gather my thoughts, because that comment, when the who cares, just make money, you say that's legit advice. I don't care if you want to make money, do what you do, but the who cares is what really got me. The who cares is what really got me. It's like, are we Americans, bro? Like, do we have a constitution, bro? Like, just fuck it. Fuck everything. Fuck privacy. What do you think is gonna happen? You think they finna let you keep these guns? You think our children are gonna be able to have guns? Canada's doing a gun buyback right now. You gotta turn in your shit. You got Mexico telling people they can't buy gas or pay tolls with cash anymore. They can't even own a cell phone unless they register with the government. Trump's echoing the same rhetoric. Global reset, new economy, the old new financial system. Yeah, you can make some money. I've been in crypto a long time, but that didn't cost me my morals. That doesn't mean that I want everything. That's a contingency plan. The fuck are we talking about, man?
President, and to stand up against you. I don't know who Tucker Carlson thinks he is. He thinks he's so popular. Even President Trump today called him out and said he's like a third-rate podcaster. I don't know why Tucker Carlson thinks he's so special. He's not. He's not special. He is endangering the lives of Christians, of Catholics, of Jews, and all non-Muslims in the way that he continues to whitewash this death cult.
Adam's gonna say, go play basketball, boy. I dunk these balls in your bitch mouth, Adam. How about that?
Ideology and the way that he continues to incite violence against evangelicals and Jewish Americans and even the president himself.
One of his top advisors, ladies and gentlemen. What more can we say other than to present it? I think by now the majority of Americans understand that the true death cult is Israel. You can't fill them to the brim with enough murder. It is very clear what the Likud government is. They are murderous. They have a particular knack for murdering children. I truly believe that they celebrate it. I've seen videos of them celebrating it. They love the idea of the water, being turned off, they're poisoning people in Lebanon. And if you're wondering with what, pay attention, Maha moms. Remember when the Monsanto thing, Trump went back on phosphorus and Monsanto. Well, that was because Israel needed it to poison people in Lebanon. That's the reality of the circumstances that we live in. Everyone was betrayed. Trump, I don't even believe Trump today would get the support of Jewish Americans.
You said if Trump wants to get rid of cash, then why does he want to print money with his signature? Why would they want to allow him to print money with his signature is the better question. That shit's going to be a commemorative piece. This shit is going to be commemorative pieces, man. Why do you think they pushed the Harriet Tubman? She's supposed to have been on a $20 bill 5, 6, 7 years ago. They just pushed it back to 2028. All of that shit's going to be commemorative pieces, man. Eventually, that shit's gone. It's done. Finito. Finished.
Majorities were Jewish Americans. I got to tell you, my inbox is getting pretty filled to the brim of people who are Jewish Americans, rabbis even, who write me and say, you are right about Sabbatianism and Frankism, and the Likud party is not at all, it's not a reflection. We have been fighting this battle for decades to get Jewish Americans and Jewish people worldwide to recognize that there is a cult that is claiming to be Jewish and they are not, and that they are emerging. It's very clear who they are. The way that they respond to death is not natural. It is unnatural. The way they celebrate it, the way they crave it. It's never enough. They like the idea of people dying, being torn apart from their families. It is like they are sacrificing it to a demon, because they are. That's what a death cult is. They believe in sacrifices. And I will forever maintain that the first casualty of the Iranian war was Charlie Kirk. I believe he was sacrificed by this death cult. It's my opinion. And I am going to stick to that, and despite the many threats to sue. Money isn't everything. In fact, it's almost nothing. It is nothing next to truth. I will say that...
I disagree. I say it started before when the B-2 bombers went and done that operation and dropped them through the vents. I believe that was in June or July. Charlie Kirk passed away in September. So I believe it was already ongoing before Charlie Kirk passed away.
There were a lot of things that when you just look at the people that are around him that are such maniacs that were very memeable. I think people were just saying, this is the end of MAGA.
All right,
MAGA is
Jose.
dead. It had me feeling a little bit like Charlie Kirk. I was like, like Erica Kirk, MAGA is dead. It's over. Not to be morbid. What are the merch sales? Where are the merch sales? We need merch. MAGA is dead. It's over. We do have some great merch right now. That's up on the website. I'll show you guys some of that. Of course, the nut jobs and...
All right, we done with that chat. Let's get on into the next long form. I believe it's Tucker Carlson had the only journalist from the front lines. I believe Sneeko had the only all right, Sneeko interviewed the only journalist that went to the Strait of Hormuz, and then Tucker interviewed a journalist that's from the front lines in Israel, I believe Lebanon. Which one do y'all want to watch? The Sneeko and the y'all want to watch Sneeko and the guy that went, the only guy that's seen the Strait of Hormuz, the only journalist, or do y'all want to watch the Tucker? I got on late today, Carter. I didn't get on till damn near midnight. EcoBomb comes in via super chat and said apocalyptic religions will never have power to bring about meaningful change to the world. As societal dissolution is baked into their ideology, they're literally banking on everything going to shit. EcoBomb, thank you for that super chat. EcoBomb, you are correct about the apocalypse and you are correct about the end times, man. The only where I disagree is that yes, though a lot of religions do bank on the end times, prophecies being fulfilled, but these are accelerationists. These are accelerations trying to force fulfill prophecy. Now, I do believe in the prophecies being fulfilled. I just think the timeline has been accelerated, and I believe they're trying to force fulfill this prophecy. Which one y'all want to watch? Play January 6th again. I ain't playing January 6th. Y'all want to watch Sneeko? Some Young Turks? Nah. All right, Hormuz. All right, we'll watch Sneeko interview this dude. I wanted to watch that earlier. Yeah, he says he's the only journalist that's been to the Strait of Hormuz and got to talk about it. He said he's in Turkey now, I think. Is this the right channel? He got 2 channels. He put it on his other channel. Is it not up anymore? Chat, hit the like button. Oh, no, here it go, right here, 15 hours ago. Cool. I think I'm gonna have an interview with the new party. I think they got a channel over here. They reached out to me. After I had a couple of you guys reached out on my behalf, and they got back with me. Try to get them over here on the channel. Hold on, chat. All right, here we go. Here go the Sneeko video.
You know, with AI,
you can create any character you want in seconds.
This used to require huge Hollywood.
Wow, chat, they really about to make me sign in. Hold on. Let me sign in, chat. Damn, bro. Damn, bro. That's crazy. Damn, chat, hold on, man. That shit is crazy.
All over Iranian society, they have pictures of their martyrs. And even in the mosques, you see pictures of the martyrs. And so the society is like conditioned to honor the memory of their martyrs and to seek martyrdom themselves. And that's something I think Donald Trump simply could not understand. The Americans clearly could not understand. We left that night from our hotel. Shortly after we left, they bombed right in front of the hotel, literally right in front of the hotel. So they tell us, like, as we're driving from Bushehr to the next city, they say, hey, we just want to let you know that like everywhere we went today got bombed, including like right in front of the hotel. So we don't know if you're being targeted or not, but we just want to let you know that.
Man, listen, remember that other journalist was in Lebanon and they sent the airstrike at his ass. Boom, damn near got hit with an airstrike. Like he had a kill streak out there, Chad. I'm telling you, going crazy. And now he's talking about soon as he leaves the hotel get hit with a fucking airstrike. It's crazy.
So I'm like, okay, well, thanks for letting me know. I was born in Baghdad. I'm from Baghdad. It's disgusting. It really is. Iran is not like that though. And like Iran is super clean. And one of the first things they do whenever they get bombed, the first thing they do is they have street cleaners come and clean it up.
Right.
Like they cover it up and then they clean it up. Hello. Can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Salam. How are you, man?
Good to hear from you again, and glad you're safe. I was kind of worried about you for a while. I was wondering if you'd be able to come back into the America safely, like how it'd be at the border. When I saw that Strait of Hormuz video, great work, by the way. I was like, man, it's got to be difficult. You're there vlogging the Strait of Hormuz.
Hey, chat, do you like Middle Eastern food, chat? What's your favorite Middle Eastern dish, chat? Anybody have a favorite Middle Eastern dish? Drop it in the chat right now. We also 25 likes away from the next like goal. Everyone double tap the screen. We got to get the likes up, chat. Go to the top, hit the like button. We're 25 likes away.
Hormuz, while it's closed and Americans are seething that it's not open, I'm like, bro, imagine him at customs.
Yeah, well, I haven't come back to the States yet, so I don't know what will happen. But Hopefully, I haven't violated any laws or anything like that. Just exercised my right to freedom of speech. I just happened to do it in the Strait of Hormuz during a war, you know? So, but yeah, man, I'm safe and sound. I'm in Turkey now. I left Iran a couple of days ago, and I want to go back, but I couldn't get my visa extended. The foreign ministry process.
No, I done seen Carter in here for sure, man. Carter's not a bot, man. What y'all in there beefing with Carter?
Processing the visas apparently during war, it's difficult for them to extend it, and so I don't know if I get a chance to go back, I will. But for now, I'm safe and sound, and yeah, I look forward to trying my best to come back to the States soon.
How long since you left Iran?
It's been a couple of days now. I forget, maybe like 5-6 days.
Okay. And what was it like
Yeah.
I mean, overall, I want to hear about your trip, and maybe you are going to go back. It seems like you want to, but what was it like right before you left? So that was a couple days before the ceasefire that now it looks like it's been violated. And they're pointing out, I think Ghalibaf said that they violated 3 of the main points. They attacked Lebanon. And
Chad, what the fuck is hummus? Like, I see people eat hummus with crackers and shit, man, but like hummus doesn't look appealing to me. Like I don't know, bro. I think when I see hummus, I think of bean dip, Chad. Like I think it's like some bean dip, man. Is hummus like bean dip?
And they have sent drones into the airspace, and they have ignored their ability to enrich uranium.
What the fuck is chickpeas? What is chickpeas? What is chickpeas?
So what's the atmosphere like in Iran right before you left?
Man, right before I left, the morale was so high. People, and we talked about this the first and second time we spoke, but people are very, very supportive of the government right now. You know, there's a rally around the flag effect. So even people that are critical of the government are either softening their position or just kind of holding their tongue right now because they understand that they're under attack from demonic external forces that want to destroy them. And so they're all coming together, and every night they have these war rallies around the country, all over the cities. People get in their cars, they drive around, they honk, people go on foot, and you know they listen.
I should be asking what is tahani. I don't know what the fuck tahani is, man. I've heard of hummus though, and I'm gonna tell y'all, if y'all saying it's bean dip and it tastes like bean, I don't want it. I don't like bean dip, man. I don't like bean dip. I don't like guacamole. I don't like I don't want none of that shit, man. Just a little queso, man. Let's get a little queso. You know what I'm saying? A little cheese dip, or something, man. Hey, all of that bean dip, French onion dip, hummus and shit, man. Listen, that shit's gonna stay right on the rack, fucking with me, man.
Listen to poetry, they listen to speeches, they listen to music, they pray together, they pass out snacks, and so it's like a very communal experience all across the country. Millions and millions of people are doing this, and the morale is very high. I don't know if you saw this clip, but I interviewed the governor of the Hormuz region.
Saw that.
And my hair was all crazy because we were on the beach and the wind was blowing really tough. So I look ridiculous in there. But the question I asked was very important. I asked him, are you prepared to potentially be nuked by the state of Israel? And really cool, really calm, really collected. He responded very simply. He said, Iran prepared comprehensively. So meaning
Hey, Chad, watch Dennis, man. I don't fucking trust Dennis. Dennis talking about if you want something nutty flavored, I got you. Dennis, the fuck are you talking about, Dennis? Don't come in here playing with me, man. We'll get you the fuck up out of here, Dennis.
Prepared for every scenario. And he said, if they were to attack us, I think they'd be surprised by our response. And that clip went viral because I think people interpreted it as him saying either they already have a nuclear weapon or they can very quickly make one. And so they're not afraid to be nuked potentially. And a couple of days later, Trump made this big threat, which was supposed to be yesterday, right? He was supposed to end all human life or whatever, which was Trump's way of saying, oh, I'll drop a nuke. So up until that point, morale was very high. And
all right, Chad, I'm not eating no damn tofu either. Y'all lost me, Chad. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Y'all lost me, Chad, man. I'm not eating any veggie burgers, man. I'm like, listen, Chad, I'm from the South, man, for real. Like, man, listen, I wish we would pull up to a restaurant and y'all talking about some, yeah, plug, we're about to get tofu. I'm gonna be like, who is about to get some tofu, man? Who? The fuck are we talking about here, man? Chad, which culture has the best food, man? Which culture has the best food?
And honestly, I felt like, man, Iran has got this in the bag. My perception hasn't changed all that much because I think Iran militarily still has the ability to fight back and they control the Strait of Hormuz still. That hasn't changed. But I think yesterday, whatever happened with the ceasefire.
You said in the South means what? It means we eat all kind of shit, man. Listen, Chad, when it comes to the South, I know that I'm gonna fucking survive in the apocalypse, man. I'm gonna eat some shit y'all not gonna eat. Y'all talking about me being picky and shit. How many of y'all gonna eat some raccoon, Chad? I eat a raccoon today, man. Before I eat some bean dip, guacamole, or a damn French onion dip, I eat that cone out that pan with the mixed vegetables beside it. Chat. I'm talking about squirrel dumplings. I'm talking about all of that. What are we on? What are you on about? What do we mean, man? That's what it means to be from the South, man. I'm gonna get that shit done. Done, man.
They kind of fumbled the bag. I feel like the way I'm describing it is like they intercepted the U.S. pass and they were running it back.
Yeah, I'm telling y'all, you got a little fish in the tank and shit. Apocalypse comes, man. We gonna load that bad boy up with fish food and put his ass right on the pan, man. I tell Top Man, listen, man, all them pet animals and shit, we've lost our way, man. You feed the animals, get them big, man, and it's over with, man. This is what farm life is about, Chad. Yeah, listen, man, I'm just gonna be honest with you, Chad. We'll fucking survive, man. Fucking survive, man. Nah, I'm not out here bullshit, man. We're gonna have that pig with a damn apple in his mouth over a damn fire, man, rolling him around, Chad. What are we talking about, man?
Back for a touchdown, and they sprinted 99 yards, and on the 1 yard line, they fumbled. Like they had the strategy, is in their favor. They have the Strait of Hormuz in their hands, and they're applying all this pressure on the energy industry. And Trump was panicking. You could tell, like every other day, he was changing his tone and tweeting all these ridiculous things. And it was like nothing he did could move Iran out of their favorable position. And then yesterday, for some reason, that's what they did. They agreed to a ceasefire, or at least the beginning of a potential ceasefire. And not even 12 hours later, they get slapped in the face and kind of humiliated because it looks like they just abandoned their ally in Lebanon. And so I don't mean to take like such a critical tone. I think obviously up until this point, Iran has done very well, but I was baffled and bewildered. And I think many people in Iran are as well. You're asking about the mood in Iran. You see it all over social media and you see it on the streets. People are really pissed off now. And the people in Iran want to keep fighting. They're not afraid of death. They're not afraid of the inconveniences of this war. They want the war because they want revenge. They want justice. And they want to make sure this doesn't happen again. They've already had temporary ceasefires. They've already had negotiations. There's nothing left to talk about. Either the U.S. and Israel shows Iran the respect it deserves.
Y'all talking about me eating raccoon and squirrels and shit, man. Y'all go to them buffets all the time. Y'all go to them buffets, man, get them kebabs and shit, man. Y'all seen the videos, man. Vacuum sealed cats and shit, man. But y'all mad at me for saying I eat a squirrel, a rabbit, a raccoon, man. But y'all will go eat them kebabs and shit.
Or they duke it out until one side comes out on top. And so
y'all over there eating Garfield, man. Y'all eating cat dog and get mad at me because I say I eat some rabbit or raccoon and shit, man. Like, let's be honest, chat. Let's be honest, man. Y'all think, come on, man. It's damn near like a 75% chance we've all eaten some cat in our life. It's like a 75%. Everybody that's been to a buffet, man, and got one of those kebabs, man, let's be real. It's like probably a 70% chance it was cat, like a 30% chance it was a rat. It wasn't fucking chicken. We all know that. Like, let's be real, man. And y'all went back and ate some more of the shit. But you talking about me for eating raccoon and squirrel.
The Iranian people, I think their mood is still defiant and there's a lot of morale. They're just pissed off. I think that this kind of came to this like anticlimactic ceasefire that isn't even really a ceasefire.
So Did that surprise you? I think it definitely surprised the administration, and a lot of Americans did not understand just how strong the Iranians were mentally. The Venezuelan regime change seemed like it was preparation for this, and Trump seemed like he thought it was going to last a couple weeks, maybe even a couple days. That would have been in and out. I think they thought that first attack, Epic Fury, would have just been one and done. They would have killed the Ayatollah, and then it would have been over. Were you at any of the protests, or did you see anything firsthand about Iranians linking up and?
Oh, you said what does raccoon taste like? Roast? It tastes like a greasy pot roast. Like not just greasy, but you know how pot roast comes out, you know, in the pan they cook the mixed vegetables beside it with the potatoes, carrots, and all of that. Same way you cook a coon. It tastes similar. If y'all ate raccoon and nobody told you what it was, you would say it was pot roast. It just got a little greasier taste. It's just a little greasier.
Forming a human shield around the power plants, because that was super inspiring to see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's incredible. They they want to put their lives on the line, and I do think it's a concept that maybe America doesn't appreciate. And you see it from a lot of people, even who are like maybe sympathetic to Iran's cause. People like to interpret things way too much, I think, from a materialist perspective. So they think so much about money, you know, especially like when they talk about like in the lead up to it, for example, there's like a group of people online that thought there wouldn't be a war because it, you know, it disrupts the interests of BlackRock or, you know, the capitalists and the bankers. And it's like,
chat, everybody hit the like button. Double tap that screen. Go to the top and hit the like. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. 25 likes away. You said plug is the reason I have trust issues eating out. You should have trust issues eating out. Yeah, chickens. Yeah, I'm gonna pluck that chicken, man. I'm gonna pluck that motherfucking chicken. It ain't even no question. Fried, grilled, smoked. We gonna pluck that motherfucker.
you're thinking too much about money, about materialism and these elitists. Like ideology matters too. And on the one hand, you have Zionists who have this like really unhinged, delusional ideology. They believe in extreme victimhood, but also extreme chosenness. You know, and that's a cocktail. That's an ideal. That's a cocktail for disaster and narcissism. And it's but it is a powerful ideological force, and it's produced so much of the violence we've seen over the last few decades, and particularly over the last 2 years. And then on the flip side, you have this other ideology, you know, this revolution committed to kicking out.
Nah, I ain't eating no possum now. I ain't eating no damn possum. I'm gonna leave that possum alone. You said I saw a video of the RGC holding civilians at gunpoint, making them stand around bridges and power plants. I seen them around the bridges and power plants, but I didn't see them being held there.
Out these imperialist and colonial forces from the region and being committed to the destruction and the defeat of Zionism in the region. And so that's a very powerful ideology as well. And then, you know, you've been, I think, learning more and more about like the concept of martyrdom and for Shia, you know, in Islam, regardless of whether you're Sunni or Shia, martyrdom is a big deal. Like Muslims believe in jihad. They believe that's the greatest form.
You said plug the type to roast a python. Yeah, we gonna smoke him. We gonna smoke him. We gonna put that snake on the grill. Gator too. We gonna smoke him. Corey World.
That's the greatest way to leave this world and transition to the next. It's to fight for a righteous cause in the path of God. But you know, Shias take it to another level. Like they're obsessed with martyrdom, and in Iran, especially, like anywhere you go in Iran, if you ever get to visit one day, you'll see this yourself. Wherever you go in the city, you could be inside of a mosque, you could be walking down the street, you could be passing underneath an overpass like a bridge, and you will see pictures and portraits everywhere of martyrs who died 45 years ago in the Iran-Iraq War or the revolution, martyrs who died 10 years ago, martyrs who died in the 12-day war last year, martyrs who died this year. All over Iranian society, they have pictures of their martyrs. And even in the mosques, you see pictures of the martyrs. And so the society has been, the society is like conditioned to honor the memory of their martyrs and to seek martyrdom themselves. And that's something I think Donald Trump
Man, all right, Chad. I'm done pausing and talking about food. But yes, I have eaten alligator. Corey World says I'm craving a McRib right now. Corey World is a McRib ass person, man. That's crazy. Only come around once a year. Um, but yeah, Chad. I'm gonna listen to this guy right here, but I did not see the IRG holding those people at gunpoint. I did see them around the power plants, but I did not see them being held at gunpoint. I got a real plate in there right now, chat. Y'all want to see the real plate? I got a real plate with some dressing and some macaroni on it. I'm talking about real dressing, real macaroni, real smoked ribs, chat. Real plate. I'm talking about going crazy. I got like half the plate in there. You know, if I eat it now, I'm gonna get a little sleepy, so I've been holding it.
Simply could not understand. The Americans clearly could not understand.
Chill
They
out,
just felt
Tony.
like, these people claim to be committed to something. Like in Venezuela.
Hey, Tony know what I'm talking about. That Corey World of McRib Bass. I said person because he ain't black, Tony. You know what I would have said though. He a McRib ass nigga. Only show up once a year.
They're committed to a revolution as well. I think in Venezuela it's a little different because Venezuela doesn't have like a choke point like the Strait of Hormuz that they can control. So they were unfortunately surrounded by aircraft carriers and there just wasn't much for them to do.
Right.
But actually, the Venezuelan people are committed to their revolution and their ideology. Like Hugo Chavez, and then obviously you have Simon Bolivar, right? So there is an anti-colonial ideology, like revolutionary ideology in Venezuela that people are very passionate about. They just don't have the conditions and maybe the religious motivation as well to fight and die for that. Where in Iran,
You said this interview starting to seem like an Islam promotional piece. Yeah, it always is with Sneeko. I'm not gonna lie. Sneeko is one of the biggest promoters of Islam on the platform. I'm not gonna lie. Sneeko has taken a stance, dug his boots in the ground, and I'm not mad at Sneeko for fighting what he believes in. If we're America, it's free speech. Fuck it. Let Sneeko have his place.
they do, right? It's a fusing.
Let the market decide. That's what I'm on, chat. Like, let the market decide. If Ben Shapiro can garner an audience, Sneeko can garner an audience, Tucker, Candace, Don Lemon, Roland Martin, whoever. If they can garner an audience, fuck it. Let them, bro. Let the market decide.
Of these revolutionary ideas plus the religion and the concept of paradise and martyrdom combined with the Strait of Hormuz, and it's just like a perfect storm. It's like, okay, this is why Iran can do what it does. And I do think it, like you pointed out, it took Donald Trump, who's obviously like, even if he claims to be a believer of God, I don't think anyone would really take him seriously. He's obviously a materialistic, like atheist, essentially. So he could never grasp that these people would fight, to the end like this. And so
Yeah, they
I
completely
think they
exceeded the
miscalculated for sure.
expectations. Yeah, that's something that we could all agree upon. This was a complete underestimation of the supposed enemy. What was it like in the Strait of Hormuz? So we keep hearing this term. I think this is, if you check the Google Trends, it's definitely soared. I was speaking about this a lot during during the Venezuela regime change. I said the reason that they are trying to get the oil from Venezuela is because they understand that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed if they attack Iran, which is what they really want. What was it like over there? You had a really good vlog, and from the vlog, you see tons of tankers. You could see just surrounded by all these ships in a really small, it's pretty narrow strait. I don't know how many kilometers it is exactly off the top of my head, but what was it like over there?
It was filled with oil tankers, man. It's like ship after ship after ship, like as far as the eye can see, as near as the eye can see, just all over the bay. And a lot of them were just parked because they're like, they don't know if they have permission to go yet. And some of them are just waiting for permission. And they have to like reach out to the IRGC Navy, and they have to.
Yeah, Sneeko is American. Sneeko's American for sure.
Tell them who they work with, and the IRGC Navy has to like confirm it because the Israelis love to claim, they love to like have their own ships pass through and under a different flag and claim like it's from Malta or it's from this country or that country. But really, if you follow the chain of paperwork, you'll find that actually the Israelis own it. So the IRGC Navy has these ships parked basically at gunpoint in the Strait of Hormuz, and they're investigating to see like who they really work for. And then if they're not Israeli or they're not American, they say, okay, you can pass through, but you got to pay up. And you got to pay $2 million worth
What's
in the
up,
Chinese
Court?
yuan, or I've heard potentially
Oh shit, we got the OGs in the house. What's up, 49? What's up, Court?
they may also be accepting a stable coin on the Tron network, this blockchain. I don't know why Tron, that's such a weird network. Of all the networks, like if you know anything about crypto, like why the hell would you do Tron? But yeah, apparently they'll accept that, maybe Bitcoin, maybe some gold. But the point is, they're not taking US dollars.
Yeah, KD Sneeko has totally distanced himself from the manosphere. He was on Pushing Fresh and Fit, but he's totally distanced himself from the manosphere now.
And they want $2 million per ship. And today, I saw somebody posting about
Congratulations.
like how much money Iran could make doing this, even if they split it with Oman, which they will do. It's going to add a 10% boost to their GDP, which is significant given that they've been under, like that's without sanctions getting lifted. And so that does a lot for Iran, a country that has, I think we all agree by now, has built up a very impressive military. They've been able to do that and build a very well-developed society. If you go to Iran, you'll find it's clean, it's beautiful, like nice roads. They have trains, they have subways, free healthcare, free education.
Nah, you know it's all good. You remember we squashed all the beef, chat. Y'all know a lot of y'all new to the channel. A lot of the OGs know, but we squashed all the beef with the channel. Money done, talk to everybody. Pretty much everybody he had beef with. I don't think he talked the full name yet, but Money did say he ain't got no problem with nobody. I know that he done had a couple conversations with some OGs from the channel that he fell out with. And but yeah. But welcome back, Corey. Corey, matter of fact, me and Money was speaking about you last week and was like, damn, Corey's not around no more when from all that shit that happened. But yeah, he was like, he ain't got no problem with anybody.
It's not easy to make money there because of the sanctions, and people are kind of annoyed by that. They want to travel freely around the world and do all the things that free people get to do who aren't under sanctions. But despite that pressure, Iran has done an incredible job. And so just imagine, a 10% boost to their GDP. It would do wonders for their people. So that's the power that Iran has. And they still have. I mean, even though they agreed to the ceasefire, they still control the strait. It's not like they gave it up. And I don't think there's anything the U.S. could do within these 2 weeks to kind of undermine what Iran has prepared 40 years for. So it's not like the worst thing in the world that they agreed to this potential ceasefire, but I think it was just handled sloppily and they kind of left Hezbollah out to dry. But anyway, I digress.
So I really think your coverage was interesting to see what Iran is like, because the narrative here is that they're religiously backwards. This is a horrible country. I think people, if they listen to the propaganda from Trump, Hegseth, Rubio, you would think that Iran is just filled with all these savages. And you see your vlogs and you see the infrastructure, the historical buildings, the beauty of the architecture, and you're like, wait, you really understand that this is an empire.
Chad, how do y'all feel about Trump building that arch for the 250th year anniversary of America, man? How do y'all feel about that, man? How do y'all feel about Trump building the arch for the 250th year anniversary of America, man? Think this gonna cost like what, 15 million?
This is civilization that has existed for far longer than the American empire. This is a place where people are existing fine. They're not just shoving burqas down women's heads. A lot of the footage, it looks like it's like Williamsburg, Brooklyn. They are civilized people. It's like, it really breaks down that propaganda. What was the biggest eye-opening thing you saw in Iran during this wartime?
How clean Iran is. Iran is, like, you've probably been to other parts of the Middle East. So I don't want to make it sound like the Middle East is like filthy all over, You have the Gulf countries because of their wealth. It's
Nah, I think he was diverting 15 million from some something. It's government money, but he's gonna divert 15 million, I believe, from somewhere. From for the Ark. It's supposed to be to commemorate. I believe it's gonna be in Washington. It's supposed to commemorate the 250th year anniversary of our country.
pretty clean there. Um, and but I don't know if you've ever been to Egypt or
No,
Iraq.
No.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, they give us a bad reputation as Muslims and brown people. You know, they just kind of make it look like we don't respect the place that we live because it's just trash everywhere. It's like a landfill that people have built homes into. And I say, it sounds like I'm exaggerating or I'm being disrespectful. I'm not really trying to be, but you know, I was born in Baghdad. I'm from Baghdad.
All right, here it goes, chat. It says, Trump arch renderings offer new details on president's 250-foot project in Washington. 250-foot arc Trump proposed will be built near the Pontiac River in the next few months. Will feature winged eagles, Lady Liberty, and a line from the President of Allegiance. 166 feet tall statue. The top of it bringing it to 250 feet. It got golden Lady Liberty on top with wings on it. 14-day notice. I'm trying to see how much it cost. Oh, 250 million. Okay, it's not 15 million. It's 215 million. Oh no, that's the Kennedy Center. No, it's not. That's the Kennedy Center. How much is the art supposed to cost? Hold on, let me see. Trump art price. I thought it was 15 million. Okay, they say the arc is estimated to cost 100 million and expect to be completed by July. $100 million and it's supposed to be done by July.
It's disgusting. It really is. You know, Iran is not like that though. And like
y'all want to see what it's supposed to look like? I'll show y'all what it's supposed to look like. Here, this is what it's supposed to look like, Chad. Hold on. Let me see. Trump art picture. Man, I just had a better picture of that shit, bro. I just had a better picture of that shit, bro. Trump art. Alright, yeah. Alright, this what the art gonna look like, Chad. I'll pull that sneaker shit right back up. Alright. So that y'all see it. It won't let me zoom in. Here we go. Y'all see it's supposed to be 166 feet to the white part. And then with the statue, that's Lady Liberty with gold wings and 2 gold accents beside her. I think those are eagles. And the top of it would be 250 feet. So that's what he wants to spend $100 million on. It'll overlook the Pontiac River, I believe. Do y'all think that that's $100 million worth of funds, man? Is that $100 million worth? He's gonna divert funds from somewhere. I forgot where exactly, but he's supposed to be diverting some funds to build that art. It's supposed to be done by July, chat. Done by July of this year.
the place that we live because it's just trash everywhere. It's like a landfill that people have built homes into. And I say, it sounds like I'm exaggerating or I'm being disrespectful. I'm not really trying to be, but you know, I was born in Baghdad. I'm from Baghdad. It's disgusting. It really is. You know, Iran is not like that though. And like Iran is super clean. And one of the first things they do whenever they get bombed, the first thing they do is they have street cleaners come and clean it up.
Right.
Like they cover it up and then they clean it up. And this is like right after, like they're like, nope, we got to keep the society clean. And so that was something that stuck out to me. Another thing that stuck out to me, man, is like if you look at a map, Iran looks brown and dry, but actually Iran is very in Iran.
Damn, my bad, chat.
Brown and dry.
Whoa, that's crazy. I put it right back to the same spot. That's crazy. Just off the slot. Bro, I've been doing this YouTube shit for too fucking long, bro. I was really in that mode right then, chat. I don't know. Any streamer out there, y'all know how goated that move was, bro. I just pulled the clip right back to the exact spot. But anyways, chat, no, the funds are being diverted. They did say the funds will come from somewhere. I do remember reading that. I don't think it will be privately funded.
But actually, Iran is very green, even in the south, where they're further away from the heavy rains and the forests and stuff like that. They plant a ton of they take their garden seriously. And anywhere you drive in the city, they have this beautiful canopy of trees on both sides. And they're so old, they're like hundreds of years old. And so they've grown so tall that they cover the roads. And this is in Tehran, this is in Shiraz, this is in Isfahan, this is in Mashhad. You see it like all over the country in all their different cities, gardens and trees along the sidewalks and on the roads. And this is a country that struggles with water, but they still make sure that they feed their plants and take care of them enough. And so when you're in the city itself, you don't feel like you're in a dry, brown, dusty place. You find yourself in a very green city that comes to life through these flowers and these plants. And that was something else that stuck out to me. But the other thing, before I went to Iran, I wasn't sure how united
Brian.
the population was.
Right.
I just didn't know enough to be able to say, like, could the Mossad flip the government? Like, are there enough people that they could just pay to? Yeah,
that's Sneeko soundboard. I gotta get a soundboard, chat. Appreciate that. Brian said first time here. I've been stuck for an hour and a half. Subscribe. Thanks, Brian, for the subscription, chat. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Chat, do y'all believe this journalist? Yes or no, chat? On a scale of 1 to 10, matter of fact, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do y'all believe this journalist? They're claiming he's the lone journalist with Wi-Fi inside of Iran. He went to he's actually not in Iran right now. He's in Turkey, but he was in the Strait of Hormuz.
They've tried already and they failed. But if they kept trying, would they succeed? Now that I've actually gone to Iran, I'm absolutely certain that there's no way. There's no way, because the majority of the people are devout believers in the revolution and in the government, and beyond that, just Iran as a whole. And these aren't necessarily like super religious people. To them, like, they believe in the religion, they practice the religion, but they're also I don't want to say secular, but they're just not as religious as some of like the diehards, but they still believe in the revolution's mission, and they stand for the country. And I saw that in enough cities now where I'm confident that the people will rise up and protect what they've built. So that was another observation that I really wanted to know for myself, especially because I'm making these analysis videos on my YouTube channel, trying to tell my followers what I think is going to happen. Now that I've actually experienced it and I've seen it from city to city to city, I'm confident in saying that I don't think they can flip the government internally. I think that the people are, like you said, out there holding hands, protecting their infrastructure. I mean, they would do the same thing for their government and protect it from some kind of proxy war or uprising.
So now that you've been there and you saw the people firsthand, you're saying that they would not be able to be flipped by CIA and Mossad, which they tried. The narrative that Americans in Israel are freeing Iran of the IRGC, this is something that PBD keeps saying, that they need to free him of the Ayatollah, that this is oppressive. This is why Kaysan and the Iranian diaspora, that they're celebrating and twerking. Is there any basis to that? Where do people get this idea that the people, 80%, PBD keeps saying that 80% of them want to flip their...
I'm not gonna lie, the Democrats just voted down something condemning AIPAC, and they did not release the names of those who voted. And polling came out today and said that 80% of Democrats view AIPAC as unfavorable, while I believe 90% of the Democrats have taken APAC money. It's going to be an interesting turn of events, chat.
Their government.
Yeah, so he's exaggerating. There are a lot of people in Iran that are critical of the government. Right now, like I said, they're kind of muted, and they're doing that in solidarity because they don't want to undermine their own nation. And I would say the majority of the people who are critical of the government are like that. They're not traitors like PBD and these others who are totally okay with Israel bombing the country and murdering people. You know, you could tell those people aren't really from Iran, and if they are from Iran, they're not like empathetic or reasonable human beings. They're kind of unhinged, you know. For the most part, okay, you and I are critical of the U.S. government. There's no doubt about that fact. But you and I don't want to see America get bombed or attacked by anyone else, no matter what we think, because we know that our friends and family live here, and we ultimately we would like to see a change in the way that government does things, but we don't want to support the destruction of it, right? So PBD is exaggerating, but there are people who are critical, and I spoke to them myself. And they didn't want to get on camera. They didn't want to do interviews. Most of them were liberals. And when I say liberals, you can't think of them as liberals like liberals in America, but I'm just using this very basic general term for you to just understand.
Right.
But women who are like very clearly dressed in a way where they're like more Western, right? So they're not wearing the abaya or the niqab or like, you know, the gown or anything like that. They have their hair out, their hair's dyed a certain color. You know, it's just like visually you identify them as like, okay, this is a liberal, right?
Westernized might be the better term.
And I would speak to them.
They're westernized people.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And they're usually going to be, you know, women. They're easiest to spot, I guess. And so I would ask them like, you know, what do you think of the government? And they would tell me like, I don't like the government. And I would say, do you support getting bombed by, you know, by Israel and the US? And they were wise enough to say no, of course not. But they did say like, I don't like this government, and just telling you this is dangerous. Like I shouldn't be telling you this. I could get in trouble. I don't know if that's true or not, but they said it. And so, you know, they have the right to express themselves, and I'm not going to sit there and debate with them because I'm not from there. You know, when I would ask them why, they would say, well, you know, they're forcing the religion on us. And I would say like, okay, well, you know, you have the hijab on your shoulders, but you don't have it on your head, right?
You said, why didn't he stand in the streets of Iran and give this report? Because they didn't have Wi-Fi. He had no way. Like, he got the clips, like he's recording, but it had to be uploaded once he got out of the country into Turkey, because Iran has all internet cut off.
Right now, you're not covering your hair. And one girl I spoke to was on a date with her boyfriend. So it's like, okay, you're on a date with your boyfriend. You don't even have to wear the scarf, yet you're saying that the religion is being forced upon you. And she's like, yeah, there have been.
That's what I'm saying. He couldn't have done this live because there was no way to get it out. So you see that little box with the kid right there? That's the video he recorded while he was there, boots on the ground. And he uploaded it afterwards.
Changes, like there is progress, but we fought for this. Like there have been protests over the years. It took a long time to get to this point. And she's right about that. There has been
he did make a recording. See that little box that's below him in the middle, the center? That's him recording. That's him interviewing people out there on the streets there.
Movement. Actually, so when I was in Isfahan, I spoke to the governor, and he gave us a tour of like this cultural site that we went to. It was actually the place where that got bombed while we were there.
Crazy.
Actually, I have a crazy story I got to tell you afterwards. But yeah, we were at this square and there was a bombing. But before that, the governor gave us a tour of like the cultural site there. And I told him, I said, hey, you know, I spoke to this chick and she told me that she doesn't appreciate the government like deciding for her what is best for her, you know, forcing her to like dress a certain way or whatever. And he was very frank. And this interview's online. I'll have to find it. It's from my colleague, Dimitri Lascaris from Reason to Resist, who actually I would recommend that you get on here. He came with us. And he's a war correspondent. He's in Lebanon now, actually. So he's serious. Like this guy goes around. He goes into war zones that are and he covers them. He's been to Lebanon like 4 or 5 times. Anyway, so he recorded the interview and he shared it. And the governor, you know, said straight up, he's like, look, man, did she have the scarf on? I said, no. He's like, Did anyone do anything to her? Did anyone say anything to her? He's like, no. He's like, she's from a different generation. There's a gap, just like any other society, even in families. You know, the father and the son are going to be very different. So he's like, we have those differences here in Iran, and we've been making progress. We've been making changes. And so he's like, I get where she's coming from.
Chat, do y'all believe that part? I do believe in certain parts of Iran it's like that, maybe in the cities. Tehran is a city of 10 million people, so I believe it could be like there, but in the outskirts, those small towns, I believe it's probably similar to like the country towns, the deep south, you know, to where it's really traditional, like what Pawpaw says goes, what Dad says goes for the whole house. I believe it's like that in the rural areas, similar to how it would be here. You know, in the cities, it's more of, you know, do what the fuck ever.
But I disagree with her. Her life is not in danger or anything like that. And so, you know, there's legitimate criticisms for sure. And
no, I don't think you way worse. That's a matter of perspective because I'm gonna be honest with you. Like in some of these country towns, man, we just gonna say some shit be going on. We just gonna put it to you like that. Some shit be going on. Honestly. When I mean total control, I mean total control. We just gonna say some shit be going on.
I don't know how you feel about this. I mean, I don't know, like I haven't lived there. I've been there to visit and I think it's totally fine, but I don't know if I lived there, if I would appreciate living in I guess a conservative theocracy, even if there was room to be more liberal and enjoy like certain things that we have grown up accustomed to experiencing in the West. I don't know. I can't say because I didn't live there, but so for us from the outside, it's easy for us idealistically to say like, oh yeah, that's awesome what Iran has done, and whatever freedoms you may not have, it's worth it in the long run. That's easy for us to say from the outside, even though I do think that. But you know, to these some of these women, you know, they have these legitimate criticisms, but it doesn't.
Fuck it, I'ma say it. Ha! Y'all thought I wasn't gonna say it, man. Y'all sitting here acting like this shit, man. We not gonna act like in them country towns, man, out in the deep dirty, that it's not families out there doing that, man. Dad not letting the daughter go have a boyfriend or do whatever because shit, y'all know what the fuck's going on, man. Let's be honest, man. Total control. Control over everything. Outfits, matching and wearing and shit. Let's be honest, man, a total level of control. I'm not talking about conservative. I'm talking about something farther than that. This shit's going on. We see it. Damn near like some pimping shit. I'm talking about can't even look up when you walk in the store. I wish you would look at somebody in this fucking store. Let's be honest. Y'all have seen it. I've seen it.
Doesn't justify what the U.S. or Israel is doing, and it's definitely not on the level that Patrick Bet-David is saying it is. 80% is just nonsense.
So then what are they criticizing? If they're allowed to dress the way they dress, if they're going on dates with their boyfriends, what is the grievance that they have with the government?
So firstly, I think even though those changes have been made, either they feel like it's not enough, or it's just one of those things where they'll never be satisfied because they've already made up their minds about this government. Like they don't like it. So even though there have been changes made, they're like, it's not enough and we don't trust you and it's just not good enough. On the other hand, there are people who say there's corruption. They say that, you know, there's a lot of bureaucracy, and if you want to get anything done or climb the ladder, you have to engage in corruption. You have to bribe somebody. And I don't know if that's true, but that's what they say. The person who told me that was very young, like, you know, early 20s. It's like,
I'm not like chat. When I'm making these things, I'm just saying that their culture is different, but there are similarities. Like, shit, the shit be going on, chat. Y'all want me to act like I don't see this shit going on? Total control. Total control. Just like they don't marry outside of their religion. What the fuck? The motherfuckers here, shit, the whole family will disown you, turn your back on you if you marry outside your race. Bring a nigga home if you want to in some of these towns in the South, and watch how much family you got. Some of these towns, bro, don't play that shit. Now there are some towns that are a little more progressive, but some of these towns, man, they don't play that shit, man. You be the only motherfucker in town with a nigga in the house. You don't play that shit, man.
Like, how do you know that? It sounds like you're just hearing it and repeating it. But but it could be true. You know, every society struggles with corruption. If you're in a society that's heavily sanctioned and every penny counts, then there should be no room for corruption. And so if it is taking place, and I imagine that would be very frustrating, but those are just some of the things that I heard
But
from
that's every
people who
country
are-
in the world. Every country has corruption. Every country has problems with people getting into power, and there's going to be this sort of complaints anywhere. So I can't figure out.
You said it cuts both ways, pal. It do, but the slice isn't equal. Let's just be honest. The black community is the most welcoming community in the fucking country. Let's just be honest. We could say black people talk shit or they don't feel safe, but the same niggas you say that you don't feel safe around got white baby mamas. Let's just be fucking honest, man. Let's be honest. They got mixed kids and shit, man. Like, come on. Let's be honest.
What it is specific to Iran that they're saying is so evil. All right, when you see these people celebrating, I'm like, what is the difference between Iranian government and others? Why is this specifically evil? Why does it need to be bombed out of existence?
Yeah.
Now you say Rand Love gonna say they got white baby mamas that they hit. But now now let's be honest, chat. Let's be honest, chat. Let's be honest, chat. Come on, chat. Y'all want to bring it out of me, man. Y'all want to bring it out of me, man. This is not even a funny situation, chat, so I'm going to let y'all have it. Y'all trying to get me canceled tonight, man. Y'all trying to get me canceled tonight, man.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I say those people are those people either lack empathy or are traitors or both. But there's no justification for it.
What was the story? So you were almost bombed, or it was bombed right after you left. So I'm glad you were safe. Maybe it was targeted because you were a journalist. You know that they love to target journalists. What happened?
Yeah, so there are two cities we went to. One of them was Bushehr. Okay, and Bushehr is it's in the south and it's on the Persian Gulf. It's on the coast, and it's the coastal city that's like a 2-hour ferry ride from Kharg Island. This infamous island that like everyone's talking about the US might bomb or invade or whatever. It's where like 90% of Iran's oil exports move through that island. So we went to Bushehr, and when we were in Bushehr, we went to several sites to go document them. And so every site we went to, shortly after we left, got bombed. So we went to like a hospital that was damaged nearby by shrapnel and shockwave. There was a bombing like right next to it. When we left, it got bombed. We went to a meteorology site. This was like the weather station in Bushehr, right? Completely destroyed. Like it's rubble. Okay, like, you know, the buildings you see in Gaza that are just completely hollowed out and knocked over half of it and like rubble everywhere. So it's already destroyed. There's nothing worth attacking again, right? We leave that place, it gets bombed. We go to our hotel. We left that night from our hotel. Shortly after we left, they bombed right in front of the hotel. Literally right in front of the hotel. So they tell us, like, as we're driving from Bushehr to the next city, they say, hey, we just want to let you know that like everywhere we went today got bombed, including like right in front of the hotel. So we don't know if you're being targeted or not, but we just want to let you know that. So I'm like, okay, well, thanks for letting me know, you know. The next day we arrive in Bandar Abbas, which is like 14 hours south by bus, and we were going to go to Minab, where the girls' school is. So on that day, we stop at a radio station that got bombed. Same thing, rubble. Okay, can't get bombed again. There's no point. We get there, it gets bombed while we're there. Okay, a drone bombs like 100 yards away from where we're at. So now I'm like, yo, I'm not crazy. I think we're being targeted, right? We get on the bus, we continue. We go to the girls' school in Minab. Okay, we get to the girls' school, and it's incredibly emotional there because everyone we interviewed, like, there were people there just paying their respects. There was some guy who came there to talk to us because he was like one of the first people to respond. And I'll release this video in a couple of days. This guy broke down. He couldn't even finish the interview because he's like, every body I picked up was in pieces, you know, trying to save kids from the rubble, and there's nothing to save. Like, I'm pulling out their limbs and their severed heads and things like that. So he just broke down. It was a very emotional, sad scene. We leave, and 10 minutes after we left, it gets bombed again. So at this point, when
Motherfuckers ain't ready to see that shit come to America. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. I'm not gonna lie.
they tell me this, I'm looking at my phone and I'm reading the news that these 2 journalists in Lebanon had just been killed.
I don't
That
know.
Israel
Nobody
targeted
ever
them and
see that
assassinated them. And then they tell me like, hey, we gotta go. We gotta leave right now because Minab, the school just got bombed. So I'm looking at this. I have all the knowledge about what happened the day before. And they just bombed the 2 sites that we were just at, the radio station and the girls' school. I'm like, okay, now I'm not crazy. Till this day, I can't tell you for sure that we were being targeted, but at this point, I was like, I'm not crazy for thinking this. I think we're being targeted. So now I'm like, I'm not getting back on the bus because they could bomb the bus at any second. So I'm not getting back on the bus, and I don't even want my phone. So I give them my phone, and I'm like, I don't want any electronics near me.
Crazy.
And like, just get away from me. And we all spread out. Eventually, we split up into different cars, and we have like an hour and a half drive back to our hotel, and I'm wired. Okay, this is better than any espresso shot I've ever had in my life because I'm thinking this could be my final moment. Okay, so we're like making this getaway drive back to the hotel, and I'm staring out the window because I'm like trying to see if there's a drone or a fighter jet, and it's silly. Like, what am I looking at it for? What am I going to do? Intercept it with my eyes? But I guess I was just like, I wanted to see if it's going to be my last moment or not. And so I'm kind of like freaking out a little bit in the car. Even though I went there knowing I could die, I wrote my will before I left. Still, like, I want to live, you know? And dude, you'll never believe what the driver does, man. It's like the most Iranian thing ever. The driver, mind you, we're trying to escape for our life, okay? So he should probably driving. This guy pulls over. He pulls over, he stops the car, he gets out. I'm like, why have you stopped the car? Why did you get out? You should be driving right now. You know what this guy does?
Listen, Chad, if we're in a sticky situation, man, fucking airstrikes going off and shit, man, I trust you with my life to get me up out of here, and you pull this motherfucker over, Chad, you're left. Swear to God, you're left, Chad. I'll take that Grand Theft Auto charge, whatever the fuck's going. You're left on my kids, bro. Left, man. Man, I would have jumped straight in the driver's seat, man. Not a lick of direction, man. We would have kept that bitch pushing, man. Somebody would have got us on to where we need to go to.
What? He pops open the trunk. He starts buying food. He bought food from somebody on the side of the road, and he's filling it up. And I look at him, I'm like, when are you planning to eat this, brother? In the afterlife? Like, we should be driving and escaping right now, and you're pulling over for food. So, and he doesn't speak English. He only speaks Farsi. So and I don't speak Farsi. So I just say the only thing, I'm like, Yallah, like, get in the car. Let's go. Let's get the hell out of here. He gets in the car, he drives off, and of course he's texting while driving. Like, he's way too comfortable and chill for what is supposed to be an escape, getaway drive for my life. But this Dimitri, this guy I was telling you about, this other journalist, war.
KD said, how many people have heard rounds whistle? KD, I have. I done, listen, KD, I lived a different type of lifestyle, man. And when you hear that going by you, man, it's a little different, Chad. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little different.
Correspondent. He's been in like worse situations. And so I looked over at him, and he's super calm, and he's like, brother, just embrace it. If you're gonna die, you're gonna die. Just relax, And so I was like, all right, screw it. If we live, we live. Thankfully, nothing happened. We did live. And till this day, I don't know, honestly, truthfully, if we were being targeted or not. But I laid it out, everywhere we went got bombed. There's like 5 or 6 different locations that got bombed either shortly after we left or literally while we were there. So I think I had good reason to think we were being targeted. But I'm alive, and I'm grateful for it.
You said life must seem easier for them than they make it seem, I guess. I don't know.
So
the morale is high in Iran, it seems like, from your time there. I think the morale is getting pretty low in America. People are really demoralized from this war and becoming disillusioned with the government and what we're about. If this drags on, what do you think the outcome would be based off of your experience in Iran?
So I'll be honest with you. Right now, I'm a little bit concerned. I have not been concerned a single moment in this war until the ceasefire agreement yesterday. Because like you spoke to Professor Merendi, or you're going to speak to him. So I'm curious to see how he's going to describe the ceasefire. But right now, it seems like Iran was in the driver's seat, and there's very little reason to trust anything the US or Israel says. And so they said they wouldn't accept any temporary ceasefires. They just went back on their word and they accepted it. And it seems like there's a disconnect between the military that wants to keep fighting and the foreign ministry.
So yeah, I believe on tomorrow, JD Vance, Jared Kushner, and Witkoff are supposed to have in-person talks in Pakistan to try to get this war ended. Fox News is reporting that Jared Kushner agreed to Iranian enrichment as long as there were no weapons, for safe Iranian enrichment. And JD Vance is for zero Iranian enrichment. So it'll be a telltale sign to see what's going to come out this week on how which direction the administration is going to go moving forward after these talks.
Civilian population and
chat, hit the like button, man. We're 11 likes away from 300. Let's get to 300 likes right quick, chat. We're 11 likes away.
The civilian government and their leaders are made up of what people are describing as moderates. And so it seems like there's a rift between the hardliners and the moderates. And they agree to the ceasefire when the whole world agrees that Iran holds the card. So why not keep playing your hand? I'm not saying Iran can't make an assessment and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't overplay our hand. Maybe we've got enough here. Maybe we should just agree to a ceasefire. Their infrastructure is getting hit. So maybe they're like, hey, we have control of the strait. They're willing to lift the sanctions, and our infrastructure has been damaged, but it's not completely destroyed. This is a good place to stop, right? But that requires the U.S. being honest, rational actors, and they're not. So why would you trust them and make an agreement? So that's the thing that kind of concerns me. It's like, are you making an agreement because you're actually not in such a good position and that we're all misreading the situation? Or potentially, are there traitors in the midst? So I'm not saying that's the case. I'm not even saying that it's likely. But now I think that question is in my mind and it has to be asked. And so for the first time, I'm losing a little bit of confidence in the way that Iran is handling this war. I'm reassured by the response of the people, though. I see them on social media and we see them in the streets, and they're demanding that they, stand in solidarity with Hezbollah in Lebanon. And if need be, they continue this fight. So how this might end, I think, look, Trump, it's kind of hard to read what he's doing because he's so retarded and he's all over the place. But we know that the tactic he was doing for sure is that he would just lie and say that they're engaging in negotiations and blah, 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 because he was trying to use his tweets to control the energy prices. And so he would push them down, and that would buy him more time to try to defeat Iran. Then it got to the point where everyone saw through it and they're like, we can't trust anything he's saying anymore. So then he started saying, he started putting words in the president of Iran's mouth saying, oh yeah, we have an agreement. And the president had to come out and say that this is not true. So it's like Trump was no longer.
Chat, everyone double tap the screen, man. Hit the like button. We're 6 likes away from the next like goal. Let's hit 300 likes. I was finna go get my food, chat. I walked by that plate and I looked at it, but I know if I eat it, man, I'm probably gonna go to sleep, chat. I'm not gonna lie.
Longer trustworthy to control the market. He had to start lying and making it seem as though Iran is saying this. And then yesterday they just straight up lied about the ceasefire proposal. Like Trump said, oh yeah, Iran sent me a 10-point proposal and I liked it. And then like you said today, 3 of those 10 were violated. And then Trump's spokeswoman came out and she said, Trump has thrown all 10 points in the trash. Okay, so it's like there is no agreement then. And if that's the case, then this may have just been another ploy to push energy prices down, which it did happen yesterday. It dropped to $94, which is 15 or $20 cheaper than it has been for the last couple of weeks.
Right.
So it just seems like, the US is not trustworthy at all. And they have this obvious tactic of lying in order to just push the energy prices down to buy them more time so they could try to succeed in defeating and destroying Iran somehow, which they're still trying to figure out. So if this keeps going, I think what it's going to come down to is will there be any tricks left for the US to try?
Top Cat, you said y'all be over there blaming the boomers. Stop the blame game. All boomers aren't the ones y'all speak about. The boomers the ones in control though, Top Cat. That kind of comes with, the territory. The boomers are the ones running the country. The boomers are the ones running the corporations. The boomers control the real estate. So I'm just shit. That kind of comes with the territory, Top Cat.
And deploy in order to avert an economic disaster, which would be the end of their ability to fight. And that's something Iran could force, which again begs the question, if you have the ability to force that, why aren't you?
Top Cat said, what do you got to say about the black boomers? Shit, the black boomers fought for civil rights. The black boomers did fight for civil rights. So I'm gonna give them that respect right there that they deserve. But we gotta be honest with you too. When it comes to the wealth gap, the black boomers, especially the well-to-do ones. We're talking about the well-to-do ones, the ones like shit. Houston been a rich city for a long time. It's been a lot of black wealth in Houston for a long time. And shit, same situation, the wealth gap. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps and work. Average rent back then costed what, 72 hours? You could work 72 hours and cover rent. Now it's like 100 or like well over 100 something hours to cover rent now. You have to work like 130 hours to cover rent. Back then, 72 hours cover rent.
Doing it.
Right.
So we'll see. Maybe this goes on into the summertime. Like it's like basically 2 months left until, on average, gas prices in the U.S. usually go up in the summer because people want to drive around and take these road trips. So I think there's like 2 months left before that natural rising in gas prices converges with the Strait of Hormuz.
And that's the thing that we talking about, Top Cat, because when it comes to that, well, even when we talking about the black boomers, like where I'm from, there's a lot of, black boomers that are regular working people, but there's a lot of well-to-do black boomers. Now, I'm pretty sure that everybody knows some well-to-do black boomers. Houses been paid off, when lending was cheap. They bought these houses for $25,000-$30,000 in the 90s, early 80s, 70s. Now these same houses are worth $500,000-$600,000. House been paid off 10, 20 years. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They're still gonna go with market rate for the rent. Right? Don't matter. Doesn't matter they done been in profit 30 years. That was their investment. They got in at the right time and they're gonna ride this shit out to the sunset. Rents went from $325 where I met back 2015. The same house, all they did was slap a little paint on it. Same house is like $1,300 a month now. Well, rent has came down a little bit. It's probably like 11, maybe 1150. It was 325. That was the actual value of the house. It hasn't changed ownership at all. House been paid off 20, 30 years.
Who's pushing prices up, and then it just becomes unsustainable. So I think there's 2 months left until this hits a critical point with the energy prices.
So I just had Professor Morandi on, and he said that the U.S. betrayed the ceasefire. I think we'll see in the upcoming days if Iran saw this coming and just allowed the trap to happen, because the strait's already...
Oh, and Top Cat, these black people I'm talking about specifically, like the specific situation I'm referencing is black people.
Be closed. It doesn't really...
Black boomers.
It seemed like the ceasefire really even happened at all if it was betrayed immediately. Maybe that was part of the negotiation tactics. But Morandi was just on and was critical and said that they shouldn't really negotiate. That is surprising to see them negotiate. I wouldn't call that a loss because every part of the plan was abiding by their demands. I heard you say earlier that you were disappointed about what happened in Lebanon. You seemed like you were calling that a betrayal. What did you mean?
Well, look, here's the thing. Iran is in a weird situation because they're fighting more than one actor, and to put the most pressure on the energy industry, they have to attack the Gulf. And so like every time
Top Cat, how is it not the same? You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's not the same origins, but the story's the same. So to an average renter to see, because we made this, I was talking about millennials and those under the generations after in comparison to boomers, baby boomers, right? You said what about the black boomers? You know, and now you're saying that they had to work harder and now that they're getting their ends. Okay, that's cool. But to the average renter, whether they're black, white, Mexican, or whatever, they're just looking at it like, fuck, bro, this crib was 325 10 years ago. Now it's 1200. You haven't updated it. You slapped some paint on it. They don't care about that. They're looking at it like gatekeeping. They're looking at it like you're telling me to pick myself up about a bootstraps, but this crib that's been paid off for 30 years, you just had it for 325. Now that market rents went up. Shit, you raised yours too. About 400%, 300%. They're not looking at it like, oh, this person's black, so they worked a little bit harder, so I'll pay them. No, they're just looking at it like the housing market's fucked up. It's fucked up out here. I can't get a house. They want me to make 3 times the rent, and the rent is $1,500. How can I afford that alone? I won't even get approved for that alone. Most Americans in rural towns, country towns, factory towns. Best job in the town is a damn factory, paying 18, 19 an hour. How can they afford $1,300, $1,400 a month? They need 3 times the rent to get approved. Make 3 times the rent. How? 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 That's the problem that the generation has with a Top Cat. It's not about it, it's that. It's that specifically.
Time Israel, the US escalates with them, they just escalate in response with the Gulf. So this is a highly unusual war. It's not like imagine you and I fighting one-on-one. That's pretty clear cut, right? But then imagine you have one guy fighting 13 guys, and the two biggest ones who are throwing punches at him, when they hit him, he turns around and he hits the smallest guys in the bunch, right? Uh, so it's a very unusual kind of fight. And what the US has just done by making this, bullshit ceasefire.
This is the thing. See, you said the moderator's killing me. He's on 2 different topics. Someone tell him. I do that a lot, because I read chat. I could be one of these streamers that act like I don't see y'all's fucking message unless you send a super chat or a cash app or something. But because I'm not one of those guys, I actually interact with my chat. Sometimes I get a little flack for it. It is what it is.
That Iran still is abiding by. Iran hasn't responded yet. What they've just done is they've taken away Iran's ability to punch at certain people, right? So now Iran is not throwing any punches, and it's hard for them to justify who they throw those punches at now. Because if Israel attacks Iran, how can Iran then turn around and attack the Gulf? It puts Iran in a position where they just look unhinged. How is it fair to attack Kuwait if the attacks are now coming from Israel, right? Even though strategically, we know why Iran is attacking the Gulf. It's because, one, they were complicit in the American attacks on them, but also that's just where the juiciest, most fragile parts of the global economy are connected to because of their position on the Gulf and the amount of oil they have. But now you removed America from the equation, but Israel's still in the fight. So now it's like it's gone back to last year's tactics where it's the 12-day war, but Iran is not even attacking Israel because they're trying to abide by the ceasefire. And so what that did was it freed up Israel. Instead of using their assets to travel all the way to Iran and attack them, now they can dedicate all their intelligence, they could dedicate all their air force and all their bombs on just Hezbollah in Lebanon. So they didn't, like Arugchi, the foreign minister, agreed to a ceasefire that was just words, like achieved over a text message. And it
You said we have millionaire rappers that are broke on the casino shooting each other. Speaking on that, not 47. Talk about our ignorant community. I talk about what the fuck I want to talk about. It's enough black conservatives out here that talk about niggas all day. I'm pretty sure they got that covered. You know what I'm saying? So I choose to talk about whatever comes across my fucking desk that I like. If I want to talk about niggas on one episode, I'm gonna talk about niggas. If I want to talk about white folks, I'm gonna talk about white folks. If I want to talk about Middle Easterners, nigga, I'm gonna talk about Middle Easterners, Latinos too, nigga. Nobody's safe over here. Fuck you talking about?
It provided no guarantees. So they abided, Iran abided, like oh, we have to honor the agreement. And Israel and America didn't. And Lebanon is getting pummeled because of it now. Where if Iran said, no, we're not backing out of this fight, there's no way Israel could have dedicated 100 strikes in 10 minutes in Lebanon. So what happened today is a result of that foolish decision to agree that ceasefire. Now, again, I'm not saying that Iran can't decide to accept a ceasefire. I just think that they went about it in the wrong way. And I do wonder why you would even consider agreeing to it now after all of the attacks, all the humiliation, et cetera, et
I
cetera.
see what you're saying, but regardless, Israel would have done anything to expand into Lebanon. These attacks are inevitable, but I do see how you think that they allowed that to happen by agreeing to that ceasefire. But it seems like it's almost unpreventable. Like this is just what they do.
Yeah, but Hezbollah is a very close ally, the closest ally that Iran has, and they've paid a very heavy price being in a relationship with Iran. And they paid a heavy price to stand in solidarity with Gaza. They paid a very heavy price to stand in solidarity with Iran. And so to just kind of, even if it wasn't intentional, to kind of be left out like that is not right. And the Iranian people are rallying. They're saying like they're demanding that their government.
All right, Chad, let's get into something else right quick, man.
The government stepped in to deny the rapper access to the country.
This is one of the greatest, if not the greatest musician of our generation.
Yeah, Kanye was on some bullshit, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, this nigga Kanye went and sat down with academics and put on a pitch black KKK outfit with some fucking jewelry on, nigga. This nigga Kanye is not rap too tight, bro.
Generations won something like 24 Grammys. Jews are being killed in this country, and they're not being killed by rappers.
It's always this double-edged sword that the Jews need to decide, are we going to call out anti-Semitism or are we going to have Kanye West?
Bro, I thought that was Hassan. That's not fucking Hassan. Who the fuck is this Hassan Piker lookalike, bro? Who the fuck is this, Chad? He just got the speaking and the accent and shit, man. I thought that was Hassan, man. Who the fuck is this, man? Then y'all tell me Chink is Hassan family, man. Who is this? Who the fuck is this?
West going on a stage here in Finsbury Park and maybe telling people Heil Hitler and people repeating it. People can't.
Bro, is that racist of me to think that they all look alike, or is it because he's dressed like that? What the fuck? Who is this Hassan? Timu Hassan? Who is this Timu Hassan, man? Who the fuck is this Timu Hassan, bro? Nah, man, no way they tricked me on the thumbnail.
The government stepped in to deny the rapper access to the country.
This is one of the greatest, if not the greatest musician of our generation. Won something like 24 Grammys. Jews are being killed in this country, and they're not being
In what country?
Killed by rappers.
It's always this double-edged sword that the Jews need to decide, are we going to call out anti-Semitism or are we going to have Kanye West going on a stage here in Finsbury Park and maybe telling people Heil Hitler. And
oh, Hassan got a twin for real? Hassan got a real twin in real life? He has a real twin? He's a twin?
People repeating it.
People can't do karaoke covers of Kung Fu fighting in the UK without being fined or jailed.
I just think Kanye in the end is a bit of a dickhead who just wants attention. Genocidal rhetoric is a legitimate and successful negotiating tactic, or so I've been told this week, but clearly not when it comes to performing at music festivals. Kanye West, who likes to be called Ye, has now been banned from entering the UK to play the Wireless Festival over his past support for Adolf Hitler. The government said his entry to the UK would not be conducive to the public good, a decision which resulted in the entire festival being cancelled. Now, clearly, the UK has the right to deny Kanye's entry, but is it the right decision? Well, later on, get the views of Stephen Crowder, who's facing a free speech battle all of his own. But first, here in the studio to debate this, Israeli author and commentator Hen Mazik and Winston Marshall, host of the Winston Marshall Show, and a cancelled musician. So you know exactly how he's feeling.
Bro, let me find out Hassan is the wave, bro. Let me find out Hassan is the wave for a group of people, bro. Like, we have a Hassan lookalike, bro, that's made it on the Piers Morgan, bro. From the glasses to the fucking button down, man. The beard and the hair, man. Like, what world am I living in where Hassan is the fucking wave, bro?
I'll come to you in a moment.
Stay coming after me.
Hey, let me start with you. You're a Jewish man. What do you feel about the free speech aspect of this? Obviously, everything he said, Kanye, about Hitler, selling merchandise with swastikas on, his talk about going DEFCON 2 on the Jews, whatever, all these incendiary, awful things, 3 was it? All disgusting, awful, anti-Semitic things, which he has tried to explain as a mental health episode. Only he really knows whether that is the case. Mm-hmm. Should that be enough? So we can all agree that it was all horribly offensive and disgusting. Is that enough to ban him from coming into a country to play concerts when he's just played 2 sellout shows in LA at the Sophie Stadium? Apparently $33 million worth of ticket sales, went down hugely well. Is it the right decision from a free speech perspective?
I think the last part is the terrifying thing, that so many people still queued up. There were 1 million people on the line in Ticketmaster to buy tickets to his show. A man that released a song called Heil Hitler, sold merchandise with swastika on them. If he had black kids singing Heil Hitler in his music video. Horrific hate speech. I think the issue is, when does this hate speech turns into violent? And that's where we put the line. I think most rational people would agree that when hate speech is inciting violence, then we need to draw the line. And that's where I draw the line. And I think that when you see there was over 30 incidents that were anti-Semitic violence that was related to Kanye West, according to the ADL, that mentioned him. We don't know how many incidents that mentioned Hitler were also inspired by him. It might just been Hitler and we didn't know it was inspired by Kanye West. So I think when violence is coming into play, then us as a Jewish community that is facing unprecedented levels of anti-Semitism in the UK and around the world, we are feeling afraid to our safety, and rightfully so, when we're seeing people being stabbed outside of the synagogue.
The repeated anti-Semitism, I don't buy it was all driven by mental health episodes. Heil Hitler, for example, was a song he wrote. He then produces it, he markets it, he packages it. This is all going on over a long, sustained period of time. He's not having a mental health episode for that entire duration. I don't think. I'm not a doctor, but I'm very suspicious and cynical about it. I think he's a supreme narcissist who loves attention, who at his best is one of the greatest music stars of my lifetime. But that's not the point. The point is, if you repeatedly goad
Chat, did Kanye tell the truth, man? Was Kanye telling the truth?
An entire community in a hateful manner, and you embrace people that annihilated that people, and you do it repeatedly over a period of years, and you do a song called Heil Hitler, celebrating the worst genocidal monster of the last 100 years. Why should you be able to come into this country and perform at a music festival?
Well, before I defend why he should be, and I do think Kanye should be there, I think that actually the thing that's most offensive about this incident to me is our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, saying the reason why Kanye cannot come to this country is because he, Starmer, wants to do everything he can to confront anti-Semitism, the poison of anti-Semitism. Well, I'm afraid Jews are being killed in this country, and they're not being killed by rappers. Jews are absolutely under threat. Only this month or last month, we had in London Jewish ambulances being firebombed, not by rappers. We have a community in Britain, the majority of whom think Jews have too much power in this country. We have a community in Britain, about half of whom think Hamas are good and support Hamas. And they are not the rapper community.
But okay.
Now, the reason I bring this up is because if you really care...
Okay, you made one point. You made one point there, which is you talk about Jews have too much power. That was precisely an argument repeated by Kanye when he was trying to justify what he was saying. He repeatedly said that in the music business, people...
Well, fuck it then, chat. Do the Jews have too much power, chat? Do the Jews have too much power, chat? How do y'all feel in the chat, man? Do the Jews have too much power?
At the top are all Jewish. They've all got too much power. They punish artists like him and so on. That was one of his key arguments. He has 33 million followers on X, for example, right? So my point being, I will let you finish your point, but my point being on that issue, the influence of somebody like him cannot be understated. It certainly can't be ignored. If a guy with 33 million followers is saying repeatedly, Jews have too much power, Jews are all the tropes that go with.
All right, chat. Do the whites have too much power? Do the whites have too much power, chat? Yes or no? Do the whites have too much power?
All the other stuff he was doing, it has to seep through. So when you say all this stuff is going on, it's got nothing to do with rappers, I say, well, let's not be too hasty.
Y'all see how I did that, chat? Y'all see how I did that, chat?
In assuming that this stuff filters down, Kanye has enormous influence.
Yeah, okay, so
Did you accept that?
Let's take them as two separate issues. There is a serious anti-Semitism problem, and we all know where it's coming from. It's not coming from rappers, and I don't believe
But how do you know?
is actually doing
How do you
anything
know they
about
aren't fueling it?
Because it's specifically an Islam problem.
Okay, but when you have somebody like him adding fuel to the fire in the way he's been doing, so how do you know he's not influencing people to think, actually, yeah, he's right. You know, Jews have too much power.
He could be influencing people. But let's start with the basics. This is one of the greatest, if not the greatest musician of our generation. He's won something like 24 Grammys. Again and again and again, he comes out with absolute mega.
Okay. Bucka says nobody should have power over anyone, chat. Do you agree or disagree with bucking up tyrants? No one should have power over anyone.
Hits. They're all awesome. Some of them are pretty provocative. And he's also a guy who is unwell. He said lots of contradictory things. Even in his song, N-word, Heil Hitler, Hallelujah, those three things are not compatible with each other. In fact, in the song, the verse is about how he's a cuck. Like, this is a... You've got to take this for what it is. It's not clear to easily define what Kanye-ism is.
Should somebody who sells should a rapper who sells...
So, chat, y'all said nobody should have power over anybody. A lot of y'all agreed with that. So how do y'all feel about, these terrorist regimes? No one should have power over the terrorist regimes. Okay, all right. That's kind of different. That's moving the goalpost. Let me bring it back. Let me bring it back to race, because we was talking about race. All right. I see what y'all mean.
Sells merchandise with swastikas on it. Should that person be welcomed back to run a music festival?
Kanye has apologized. He did a massive apology in the Wall Street Journal.
He had to apologize.
Yeah, he's done a big apology. Not only that, he said he'd love to meet members of the Jewish community when in England. Wouldn't that be great?
But he took 4 times that he said sorry, he went back to it. Sorry, Heil Hitler. Sorry, swastika merchandise. Sorry, DEFCON 3 on Jews. Like, there's a pattern here, and the guy is clearly doesn't mean it when he says he's sorry.
That's subjective, right? You don't believe it.
I mean, it's a pattern. And when 4 times, if you did it twice, and then maybe we could have a conversation. But 4 times to apologize.
We are in a world, listeners, the mental health card now gets...
Okay.
All right. So if we're going to say that nobody should have power over anybody, does that only adhere to race? Does that go for religion and country as well? Because those are all vastly different, but they're all intertwined at the same time, if you get what I'm saying. Race, religion, and country, they're all vastly different, but they're all intertwined. So we're going to go with country. As a country, should any country have power over another country? Yes or no? We're going to go only country. Should any country have power over another country?
Played by, we saw it with Hugh Edwards, right? So,
for
American viewers, Hugh Edwards was, like the most famous newsreader in Britain, who was brought down by a scandal involving him paying money to a 17-year-old boy for sexual favors and so on, and was then found to have pictures of young kids, indecent pictures on his phone and so on. That guy. But my point being, when he was exposed, he immediately said, "I've got mental health issues, and therefore you can't leave me alone." Everyone has started to do that, and I can't.
This is not a political rally. This is a music concert. I bet you.
You've no idea what he might say when he gets on stage.
You don't know what he's going to say on stage. And maybe you could say, Kanye, you can come, but these are the terms. And if you're going to come, you can't say this and that.
But it's too late once he says it.
And also the
maybe it's
terms
too
are-
late, but then he could be punished for it. He could be
Well, I mean,
fined
that's
for
the
it.
punishment.
That would be a
But how does
different
that-
thing.
okay,
But then,
yeah, but wait
if you're
a
going
second,
hang on. If you're going to be censorial, if you're going to be censorial, where do you draw the line? The whole music industry supported the Marxist organisation Black Lives Matter. Are we going to say no one who supported BLM is allowed in the country?
But how do you square you saying, well, you say to him, these are the rules? You're suppressing his free speech in advance, aren't you?
If you want to use the Public Order Act, which is, but Kanye hasn't broken the law. If you look at other examples like Kneecap, they broke the law when they said up Hamas, up Hezbollah on stage.
Well, he
breaking the law.
supported the Nazis publicly, repeatedly.
But that's not illegal.
Well, why then is it illegal to support Hamas publicly in the UK, but not the Nazis?
Well, that would be a good conversation to have. Is there a Nazi organisation that exists?
Are Hamas better or worse than the Nazis?
Yeah,
they're the
sorry,
same.
how did this
That's the point.
conversation
That this
get
is the
into
double
this?
standard.
But you know that Hitler
Hamas,
is bad and the Nazis
Hamas
are bad.
and Hezbollah is the modern spirit of Hitlerism. I've
Right,
met Hezbollah
absolutely.
militants.
Yeah.
They love Hitler.
Right.
When I went to Lebanon last
So
year,
why
they
do
were
you
telling
make-
me,
why do you make
are you from
distinctions?
Europe?
So we
I love
ban.
Hitler.
So we ban. Hamas is a prescribed terror group, and we ban people from using insignia, flying flags, supporting them, chanting about them. That is a criminal offence in this country.
Yeah.
It should be the same, shouldn't it, about Nazis? I mean, if you're out there embracing and endorsing the Nazis, as Kanye has been doing.
I would be open to that conversation. The difference, though, is there an actual Nazi party that exists in the UK? I don't think there is. There is a Hamas that exists. Is there a Nazi party
there are
officially
Nazis.
anywhere?
There are Nazis. There are people that believe that.
Kind of depends. It depends on how you look at it, because like I was telling y'all about those the KKK, you know, the KKK say they are the real Christians, you know what I'm saying?
This ideology. The same way that you don't have Hamas party, you have people that believe Hamas ideology. And I think that's the problem here, that Jews are being used as political football. It's not about Muslims. It's not about... Kanye
This
West
will
is
make
not...
people more anti-Semitic. It's already happened. They're going, look, Keir Starmer is controlled by the Jews. They're not letting him come
It's
down.
always this double-edged sword that the Jews need to decide, are we going to call out anti-Semitism and protect ourselves, and people will accuse us that we are controlling the world if we actually get it, or are we going to have Kanye West going on a stage here in Finsbury Park and maybe telling people that that's the same song, the Heil Hitler, and people repeating it.
You said a bunch of different groups say that they're real Christians, but what hate groups say that they're real Christians? KKK is the only one I can name off the top. Maybe y'all got some more, probably, but KKK is pretty much the only hate group that I can say claims to be the real Christians.
We've seen it happening with Bob Dylan, right? Where he said death to the IDF. It became a chant that everyone in so many music festivals around Europe have started chanting.
And he was
IDF.
banned from the United States.
Yeah, he was, as he should have been, I think. I mean, I think that you have so much...
You said, what other hate groups do I know? I mean, it depends on what... It's all perception versus perspective. You know, some people call black nationalists hate groups. Some people call the Hebrew Israelites that preach the white man is the devil a hate group. I mean, it's all perspective versus perception. But specifically, the only one that says that there are Christians that I can call off is the KKK.
Power, you are a big rapper, and there's a difference between canceling
Should Bob
someone...
Dylan, Winston, have been banned from the United States?
It's a good question. I absolutely, like you said at the beginning, defend the right both of the United States and our country to decide who comes in and out of our
So they're allowed
country.
to do it, but the question is, should they do it? So, but by the argument you're presenting about Kanye and why the UK government shouldn't have banned him, should the US government have banned him?
You said, have you seen them protest anywhere? Yeah, they walked down MLK in Little Rock probably a few months ago. Chad, how many months ago was that, Lala? Probably like 4 or 5 months ago. They was walking, they did a whole rally march, you know, with the black, the patches, the big KKK flags. They did that shit. They walked down MLK. They had the ARs and shit, you know, they walked down, they marched down MLK, had the camera crew out there. This was like 4 or 5 months ago in Little Rock.
And Bob Dylan?
Personally, I wouldn't have banned Bob Dylan. But in the spirit of free speech, which I believe America holds dear, and as far as I know, I might be mistaken here, Bob Dylan didn't support an actual terrorist organization.
He did chant death to the IDF.
Right.
I mean, that's a pretty direct statement of intent, that you want IDF people dead.
Here's the bit where it gets tricky. It's between the artist being on stage as an artist and being a political activist. If you're just a political activist, if Kanye was coming to London and holding a Nazi rally, no music, absolutely I'd be against it. That's not good for the public good. You get into this difficult situation where you start saying people who are musicians can't support. We couldn't have Rage Against the Machine come here because they have a Maoist red star at the back of their crowd. We couldn't have Andy Warhol's Mao famous portrait coming to London because obviously Mao is the most evil, well, I think he's the most evil person of the last 100 years by death count. If you have these rules when it comes to art, you're in a very sticky situation, I think. How would you allow artists different sway, or is there room?
No, not really. I think the criteria for free speech, I don't think it's a simple thing, this free speech debate. And I think it's...
You said how many were there? This time it was probably like anywhere but like 30, maybe 30, 40 of them. But you know that when it comes to the KKK, they gangbang inside the KKK too. Like, they all KKK or white nationalists or whatever, but they got different sects, different sections and shit. You know, they gang banging inside of their own, hate groups. I'm from Arkansas, so you could pull up a map and it'll show you where all of the different sections and sects of the KKK have been formed. I actually seen a KKK riot before.
It's quite organic, actually. We've been having a lot of it in the last decade in particular. I do think here, though, for me, the line is, it's a bit like all the people who were arrested for posting on Facebook after the riots up north, after the mistaken identity of asylum seekers committing crimes in that particular instance, for example.
It's all over Arkansas, Sally Harris. You got some places that are quote unquote the most racist towns in America that are right here in Arkansas. I believe the KKK actually started in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I think the KKK started in Tennessee and it came to Arkansas rather quickly.
Example, if you're saying this is disgusting, F the asylum seeker, okay, you're allowed to be hateful like that. That's acceptable. I may not agree with you. I understand why people get intemperate. If you say there are a bunch of asylum seekers in that hotel on Main Road in whatever, go down there and chuck a firebomb at them.
Here goes CK Nugs talking about stop lying. What have I lied about? You didn't see the video of Pootie and all of those people talking about the most racist town in America, Harrison, Arkansas. You got Harrison, you got fucking sundown towns all through Arkansas. Northeast Arkansas, Southern Arkansas. Sally, I'm not finna disclose all of that. But yeah, you got that shit all over Arkansas.
Which is what some people were doing on social media. That's a crime.
Yeah, that is a crime.
And it should be, because you're inciting a specific act of violence. Now, the sort of slightly more cloudy area comes when you have someone like Kanye West with an enormous following who is brazenly supporting an ideology that believes in the extermination of Jewish people, which is Nazism.
He has apologised in January, saying he is not a Nazi, he is not an anti-Semite.
He did this repeatedly and kept apologising. And also, Kanye's not a great guy when it comes to free speech either. Let's take a look at this clip.
We can circle back when you can count.
Okay. Where's he gone, Sneeko?
And we'll have the top lawyers like a Johnny Cochran, Robert Kardashian.
Yeah, you say you went to school in Arkansas? Hell yeah. I'm more in the central Arkansas area, man. Central Arkansas is where I'm familiar with. Like, I like going to northeastern Arkansas, Fayetteville and shit, but it's a little different. It's two totally different places. Depending on where you're in Arkansas, the Delta, Central, or northern Arkansas is vastly different.
Level legal team, looking at all of these contracts together. After that moment happens, then I will say, I'm sorry.
Okay, if that's your position, that's clear.
Interview adjourned. Love you.
Okay, that's the end of the interview. So there's a repeated pattern of Kanye walking out on me, which is, by the way, he's perfectly entitled to do, but it makes his position as the great Pied Piper of free speech a little tenuous.
You've had so many anti-Semites, Holocaust deniers. You've had Kanye on the show several times.
But I think if you have somebody on the show where you get to challenge them directly about their views, that is called journalism, and that's completely different. Should American presidents swear on Easter?
Chat, everyone hit the like button, man. Double tap the screen, chat. We're 25 likes away from the next like goal. Let's get to 350 likes right quick, chat. We're also 20 subscribers away. Let's get to this Steven Crowder, man.
Or ever, for that matter, should American presidents threaten genocide, whether they mean it or not? Should countries ban musicians for offensive outbursts? Well, Steven Crowder, host of Louder with Crowder, has all the answers, I'm sure, to all of these burning questions. They're probably different to some of mine, but he joins me now. Stephen, welcome back.
Thank you for having me, sir. I apologize for being tardy. We just had some updates as I was getting ready to do this.
It's, always, in your case, I always allow a few minutes because you're a busy man. Let's start with somebody who won't be joining me, which is Kanye West, Ye as he likes to be called, who a few hours ago was banned from my country. I'm here in the UK at the moment. Banned from headlining the Are you comfortable with President Trump on Easter Sunday saying there'll be nothing like it, open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch Praise Be to Allah, and then talking about wiping out an entire civilization in relation to what he might do to Iran. Are you comfortable with that kind of language from the President of the United States, from the guy sitting in the Oval Office, publicly?
Well, which part of it? Which part of it? If we're talking naughty words, I don't care. I didn't elect Donald Trump because I thought he was a pastor. I didn't vote for him because I think even necessarily that he's a devout Christian. I thought it was trolling. I actually laughed pretty hard at the Praise Be to Allah. I do think it was ill-advised to say whole civilization. And the reason why is because you see a lot of people, and this is again about applying it equally. Donald Trump has done a pretty good job, and certainly Marco Rubio, in delineating between the Iranian people and the regime. I think we probably agree there are very few governments, if any, that are in more diametric opposition to the people they govern than the IRGC and the Iranian people. I mean, we don't get very accurate polling out of there, as you tend to not get out of the Islamic world. The overwhelming majority of the Iranian people support the help, support the military intervention. Doesn't mean that it's our job, to be clear. That's a conversation to have stateside, domestically. But separating between the regime and the people is important. Donald Trump has done that consistently. He didn't do that with his phrase here. I definitely think that did him no favors. On the flip side, when I see people...
That's the thing, Erica. You said he's supposed to be a professional, but Donald Trump didn't market his campaign to the professionals. The professionals were pretty much, either with Trump or against Trump. Trump marketed to the average American. The average American really doesn't care if Trump says a few fucking cuss words. When it comes to that praise be to Allah and shit, it is what it is. On Easter, yes, it's distasteful. But like he said, ending civilization, it's fucking crazy. Like, it don't matter when you say that shit. Like, come on, Trump. Like, this is on Easter, bro.
Saying World War III, and I see people saying, he's killing innocent civilians. We're bombing brown people. We're killing Iranians. I go, well, hold on a second. You guys never delineate between the IRGC and the Iranian people. I also think that it's undergirded by the fact that if remarkably inconsistent and ill-advised, he did say, God bless the Iranian people in that same post, which would seem to clarify and be consistent with what he just said 12 hours earlier. Right? People were offended. Keep in mind, 12 hours earlier, they said, do you think this is a war crime? And I think no, because they're animals and they killed 40. The number always goes up. Maybe 60, maybe 120,000 of their old people. Wow, they're animals. People said, I can't believe he would say that. But he did say, no, targeting military sites, targeting strategic infrastructure to do away with a totalitarian, and I would argue evil, satanic regime, the IRGC, is not a war crime because the people want it and support it. Doesn't mean that it's
Stephen, where does it sit with, Trump, obviously the campaigner in 2024 was absolutely emphatic. I will not drag America into any more senseless wars, particularly in the Middle East. And here he is dragging America into the biggest Middle Eastern war he could possibly have dragged them into. Tucker Carlson has been blistering in his attack on it. Megyn Kelly has been blistering. You've got all these people on the right, Marjorie Taylor Greene. There's a real split on the conservative right in America, and it's really bubbled up and boiled over with the Iran war. Why do you think that is? Why? I mean, if you go back 20, 30 years, there would have been complete unanimity about a Republican strike of this nature. It wouldn't have been...
You said President Trump can't be presidential when all the news are against him. Listen, you say that shit, and then Trump comes out today and does shit like this. What did he post today? The fuck did he post today, bro? Hold on, chat. About Palantir, man. What the fuck did he post about Palantir, chat? Basically saying Palantir is a great company and put the damn ticker up there. Like, why would you put the ticker of a fucking company up there, man? Like, Trump gets the media in his damn business. Let's be honest with you, chat. Trump could be doing all of this shit, bro, and just not talk. Just not fucking talk like the other presidents did. Everybody wants to come here and be like, what's the difference? The difference is that he's fucking talking, man. He's saying this shit. And sometimes he talks too fucking long and too fucking much. If you want to be honest, yes, it's Trump. He's the president, but fuck, he's a human being and he's talking too fucking much sometimes, Shaq. We've all done it, where you just sitting there talking for an hour straight, man. You damn sure gonna say some shit. You like, oh, fuck, I said that. Damn, I can't believe I let that come in. He's talking for an hour, 2 hours straight. You need to just shut up sometimes, man. Go to sleep, man. Wake up tomorrow, try it again.
There'd be no split. But there's a real split here, ideologically, between what people believe they thought they were voting for and what they think they're getting from Trump.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's as big of a split with the voter as there are commentators. For example, my perspective has been I supported the strike on the enrichment facility. And I said, give this 3 months. And then I'll have to reassess it because I know there's information that I can't.
You said you liked Biden running the country. Shit, hindsight's 2020, man. It was all right, man. It was fucking all right for a little minute, man. Let's be honest. Inflation's at the same fucking price it is Biden. Same price. We're jobs numbers are still being fabricated like with Biden. The only fucking difference is the borders closed. Literally, that's the only difference. The borders closed. Gas is the same price as it was. The fucking board. I just had a talk with my homeboy, my friend today. He's been in the trucking industry 10 plus years. He said he sees the light at the end of the tunnel. He said, I can't do it, plug. I can't do it. 200 gallon tanks, man. I'm at $1,000 before I even fucking leave. What if I have a blowout? That's $300-400 for a tire. How much can this load really pay me? I gotta hang it up. I have to hang it up. I gotta find something else. Shit is crazy.
Cannot have on Iran as it pertains to national security. I would say that would be due largely to their own ignorance, because anyone who thinks that Donald Trump has been anything other than consistent, going back to the 1980s, which is kind of a marvel, the only reason we're able to have this long of a consistent track record for any president is because he was a celebrity. He's always said Iran cannot have a nuke. They will never have a nuke. That was what he said that day of that famous escalator ride. It was part and parcel of that speech. So anyone who thinks that Donald Trump being tough on Iran...
Chris, you said, what are you talking about? The gas is what it was for the last 4 years, and that's because of the war. That's not what I was promised. I was promised a golden fucking era. I don't need gas to be what it was for the last 4 years and to get higher because of the war. Do you think these truckers give a fuck when they go pull up to the gas station and they paying $5.59 for some diesel? Do you think they give a fuck because it's for the war when they got a family to feed? They got to decline loads because the math just doesn't fucking math? Do you think they care about that? No, they don't. It's not what they were promised. They were promised a golden fucking era.
Iran is a betrayal, is simply uneducated and didn't listen to him. And you could also argue, and I think there are two reasonable sides on this issue. I don't think war criminal. I don't think genocide is one of them. You could argue that he's ending a 47-year war, and it's right in line with his promises. When I hear people say, why would we strike Iran? They've never done anything to us. You hear that a lot. many, many, many Americans, hundreds, if not over 1,000, depending on the numbers, and they've pledged to kill many more. It comes down to that discussion and when you want to deal with this issue. Anyone can say, I'm against this. I don't like it, of course, and I think there's a reasonable position to hold. To say Donald Trump has gone back on his word when his only statements on Iran have been criticisms of the JCPOA, of Barack Obama, of the previous administrations, saying he will guarantee that they cannot have a nuke. And by the way, advocating for military intervention on air several times. If someone voted for him and says, I didn't know that, that's kind of on them. And then I would say, let's bring the conversation back to where there's a reasonable disagreement. Doesn't it just seem to, like, this is the kind of thing that would be a geopolitical disagreement that you would hear about in debates. Now you have people saying invoke the 25th for him doing exactly what he said he would.
One of the people saying that is an old friend of mine, I joke, who actually tried to get me deported from the United States, Alex Jones. He's actually been on your show, and he said this.
How do we 25th Amendment his ass?
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment is harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
So what do we do?
Tackle Trump and pretend, let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something.
Michael says, Plug, do you agree Trump is damned if he does, damned if he don't? Yes. At this point, yes. Yes. Because there's so many empty promises. That's the thing, chat. As men, as politicians, as whatever we are, as men, all we got is our balls and our word. All we got is our balls and our word. And there's so many empty promises that have came. So yes, I can honestly say Trump's at this point, he's damned if he does, he's damned if he doesn't.
Something like that. It's that bad.
I've known you a long time. You've never called for a internal coup before.
Ever. But that's how dangerous this is.
I mean, when Alex Jones is suggesting you're nuts, that's a bad day, isn't it?
Well, like you said, it's Alex Jones suggesting you're nuts. Is that a bad day? I couldn't disagree with him more on that. And here's the thing. All right.
Those 25th his ass.
And the alternative? When I hear people say there's no difference, the border has been secured to the tune of anywhere from 96 to 99%, depending on the metrics that you want to use. Many Americans were single issue voters, and that was a single issue. The other was the economy. Most Americans were two issue voters. So to be clear,
what empty promises? Oh my God. Like, y'all wanted me to rattle off everything. Like, that's what y'all want me to do. So y'all can say I have TDS. Right. Right. We could start with the economy. Now you could say the economy's, oh, we're hitting numbers. My stock market's hitting. That's all fucking fabricated, market manipulated, bullshit economy, man. All of those numbers are fake, fabricated. We're riding off the backs of the tech companies. They don't even know what the fuck they're getting themselves into with this AI. Now we can go to no new wars. Well, guess what? We're in a fucking war with Iran right now. Almost got in a war with with Denmark over Greenland, and they're talking about going to Turkey or Cuba next. Do we want to get into the jobs numbers? The same fucking jobs numbers that Joe Biden and his administration had to come back and renege on and bring them back down. What did Jerome Powell just get up there and say? Net zero jobs were made. Where the fuck are the jobs? I thought it was 650,000 jobs added to the private sector. I hear Jerome Powell say it was net zero. The fuck are we talking about? Let me stop before y'all say I got TDS.
They're not the same. And if people are, it does come down to a binary decision. Okay, J.D. Vance, very flawed. Get it. Everyone is. No one gets the perfect candidate they want. Let's say it's Rubio. Flawed. or your choice is Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer. And I can already hear what people are saying, you're just trying to put us in the binary.
No, you said added private, cut federal, duh, lump nest monster, duh, no the fuck it's not. Jerome Powell said in the private sector, he said specifically in the private sector there was net zero job growth, none. He said the 650,000 jobs that were reported were fucking false and fabricated, or they balanced out what was lost. No jobs were fucking added. He said in the private sector. We're fucked.
Man, or we could do a parliamentary system, which is an unbelievable failure. Sorry, no offense to you, but I was raised in Canada, and I think it's silly that you can have someone elected with 30-something% of the vote, in some cases less. People need to be really careful about what they're looking for, because the decisions, the choices they're making now do affect that outcome. And there will be a return.
Now see how you kick the fucking goalpost down, Lumpness? Now you're talking about balanced out what was lost overall, not just the private sector. No, nigga, there was no jobs added. Negative zero growth. That's an empty promise. I'm gonna bring jobs. Well, not even I'm gonna bring jobs. Got up there and said 650,000 jobs to the private sector. Well, guess what? 650,000 was added, and obviously 650,000 was lost. Dell, 30,000. Block, 4,000. We can just go on and on. Who was it? Oracle, another 30,000. We've lost the 650,000 that was added to the private sector. We've lost that much. So what does that mean? Negative zero growth. Jobs are not growing. It's fucked up. Everything's getting higher. Jobs aren't growing. It's fucked up. What don't you get? CK Nudge, you talking about shut the fuck up and get a job. You shut the fuck up and keep watching me.
Of woke, you will have biological men in women's sports. You'll have biological men in women's locker rooms. You will have deplatforming, and you will have socialism light, best case scenario, if no alternative is presented. Because what I hear from these people is not working within and correcting the system, which does have a self-correcting mechanism. You know, we have primaries. We have the ability to generate actual feedback. I would say Donald Trump is usually pretty intent to listen compared to a lot of previous presidents. That's one of the downsides. He's very accessible on social media, or the alternative. But I don't for a second believe that Kamala Harris and
Here you go. CK Nug said, but you'll never get a thumbs up or a sub. Chat, if you having a good time here, no, don't delete his message, Cloud. If you having a good time in here, chat, say good time. If you are OG to the channel and have been subscribed, say OG. If you a first timer, say first timer, right? Because CK Nug said, I'll never get a like or subscription. It don't matter, CK, because all your ass got to do is watch. That's how the algorithm works now, CK. You don't gotta like this shit. You don't gotta subscribe to this shit. But this not the first nor the last time I'm gonna see you in here, because you're attracted to me, CK Nugs. You just can't stop it if you tried.
Donald Trump are no different. I don't believe for a second that whether it's Rubio, Vance, or Gavin Newsom, whoever's in the polls right now, the Kalshi sheets, I don't believe that they're even remotely similar, and I would vote for Donald Trump again, and I hope that these people would say the same. But I don't know that they would. I mean, I heard Tucker Carlson, for example, and this is just a criticism of the actual point. He said, to mock someone's religion is to mock someone's faith, I don't want to misquote him, is to mock faith itself. That's goofy, silly, dum-dum talk, and I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it.
The mention of Gavin Newsom, according to Polymarket, Newsom is the red-hot favorite to be a Democratic nominee.
Thank you, everybody that's here for the conversation. Thank you, all the OGs. Thank you, all the first-timers, man. I sure appreciate y'all, chat, for rocking with me and hanging out, man. Disagreeing, agreeing, and just, you know, having a good time.
In 2028 at 24%. However, there's an Instagram post from his wife, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, at the weekend that is raising, well, concerns, perhaps, but maybe some glee. Tommy Lahren posted, I love this woman. She may single-handedly put Vance or Rubio in the White House in 2028. Let's take a look at the Instagram clip.
Trust me, I'm not a fan of Pam Bondi nor Kristi Noem. But I need to call out that it's no surprise to me that the first two prominent people pushed out of this administration were women. Let me explain. The conservative women that Trump handpicks, who align themselves with an agenda that controls women, restricting our rights, limiting our autonomy, and pushing us back into this straitjacket of femininity that is only in service of men. There's a familiar pattern here. Women are brought in, packaged Mar-a-Lago style, and lifted up as long as they commit to wholeheartedly serve the interests of the patriarch at the top. Now, it looks like power, or proximity to power with a big title, but it never comes with job security and protection. There's no secure place inside this hand-picked patriarchal body that systemically disrespects, devalues, and discriminates against women and girls.
Now, in the wake of that post, social media...
Man, I'm listening to that woman like, shut the fuck up, Becky. Like, Becky, shut up, man. Shut up, man. It was all fine and dandy when DEI was out the fucking door. Now that Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi got their ass sent home, you want to cry and shit. Man, shut the fuck up, Becky. Shut up, man. Shut up. DEI my ass.
She's been flooded with some of her previous pearls of wisdom, including saying every problem we have in society will be fixed when women come together, and we need to fight against the rabbit hole of dangerous and limited narratives around what it means to be a girl and boy. And she's also said her husband is working hard to institutionalize their values before leaving office. I mean, is she turning out to be potentially the secret nightmare for the Democrats, do you think?
She should be, but she's not, because that's something that the Democrats embrace. I mean, you're talking about a party where the former vice president, Joe Biden.
Yeah, you thought it was a fine comment. I mean, whatever, man. She needs to shut up, though. It's the truth, but shit, shut up. You know what I'm saying? What does she think DEI included? She thought DEI was just niggas. That's the thing, chat. When everybody was talking about DEI, y'all wasn't listening, man. If y'all listened to the motherfuckers who was really pushing DEI to begin with, they was talking about women too. It's just that some women just didn't want to hear the shit. They thought it was all about niggas. We finna get the niggas up out of here. No, bitch, it was you too. No, bitch, it was you too.
Said that he thought it was an act of evil for parents to not affirm their child's transition. So shouting some bullshit talking points, forgive me, about patriarchy really isn't gonna hackle anybody's feathers. I will say this. She makes a good case for her household voting, 1 vote per household. And when she says rights, what rights are being trampled on? When people talk about the patriarchy, can they explain to me what they mean by patriarchy? When they talk about the straitjacket of femininity, I'm sure you had, I don't know what term you use, grandma, or do you use, well, what's the term that you guys use in the UK, generally speaking?
Grandma, yeah.
Okay, grandma. Most of the time when you look at a woman who you really admired and you say, you know, they don't make them like that anymore, incredibly feminine, and ironically, was a matriarch, wasn't she?
Yes.
But no one said she has job stability. They said she made the house a home, hearth and home. Everyone wanted to be at grandma's house because everyone felt safe and everyone felt nurtured. And that is something.
That's what Steven Crowder said in the quiet part out loud. Ain't that what he's saying? Hey, get y'all ass in the fucking kitchen, man. Get the crib together and shit, because that's what you voted for, man. That's what Steven Crowder's saying, man. All of that shit, man, administration, boss bitches, and running corporations and shit, man. Hey, that wasn't what they signed up for, man. I'm sorry that it took everybody a little bit longer to figure that shit out. When everybody was around here talking about NDI, merit-based and shit. Well, a lot of these women, let's just call it what it is, man. It's plug out the dark. They fucked and sucked their way to the top, man. DEI, man. Included that ass in the contract, man. It is what it is. Thank you, Tony, coming in, supporting the channel via Super Chat. Said we not even at 400 likes. Crazy. We're down bad, chat. Tap the like button. It's free. Don't hate. Participate. Toast 2028, man. Y'all get those likes up. Thank you, Tony, for supporting the channel. Roger comes through via Super Chat and said, what are your thoughts on the drama with Gabe? I don't know Gabe. I don't know who that is. Yeah, Miss Bones, you saying excuse me. It's the truth, man. A lot of these women, I'm not saying every woman, but let's be real. A lot of these women sucked and fucked their way to the top, man. Diversity, equity, inclusion, man. They thought it was all about black people. Nah, man. They want your ass in the house, man. When I say get your ass in the kitchen and then cooking shit, that's not me talking. That's what they voted for. I didn't make the fucking rules, man. Now that they're saying the quiet part out loud, sending Pam Bondi ass back to the house, moving Christy Nome around and shit. Now people starting to look around like, oh, it's the patriarchy. No, it's not the fucking patriarchy. No, man, this was the plan from the fucking beginning, man. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. What did you think was gonna go on? But everybody was too focused on the cover story. What was the cover story? Niggas. Niggas was the cover story. Yeah, we gonna get diversity, equity, inclusion. We gonna get all the niggas out of here, man. All the niggas out of here. All the foreigners, all the minorities, man. All the minorities are fucking gone. Well, joke's on you, bitch. You was included in DEI too, man.
Something that has been shunned by feminism, by the way, at their own peril. If you want to look for the root evils that plague most of modern society, look at feminism in the 1960s. And I'm not talking about wanting to put on a two-piece and go out to the beach. I'm talking about this idea that men and women are fundamentally interchangeable and that somehow we need to do away with masculinity. And you want to know how you know it's not true? Bear Grylls has that show, The Island. Go watch the season where the women there's an all women's team and all men's team. And it reflects statistics that we see that men have longer, more long lasting, meaningful relationships. They have greater sense of loyalty, ties, duty. They're more willing to die for their friends. Women are jealous. Feminists are jealous because they claim to be these great emotional communicators, even though they don't want traditional relationships, but they want the guy to pay for the dinner bill. They don't want to go Dutch. Men say what they mean, and men are better at friending. That's the great irony in all of this. Women tend to, because men are violent, right, will deal with our fists often, not all the time, but there's a certain line that you don't cross that holds us accountable, that keeps us in behavioral order. Women don't have that, so there's often gossip, there's often backstabbing. And you know the thing, too, they talk about how all these problems that plague society, as though having women in charge.
What's crazy is you saying, yeah, these black women getting so many jobs in education, we have to do something. That's actually true. Black women right now are fucking degree stacking, and I believe last year they were the #1 purchaser of new homes. I believe college educated black women were the #1 purchaser of new homes last year.
Charge has never happened. Now, there's an exception. Thatcher, by the way, hopefully she's a national hero to you guys. Very strong woman. As a general rule, historically, women have had a shot running societies. Do you know why it stopped? Unfettered cruelty. Unfettered cruelty. A lot of people are like, oh my gosh, this is going way too far. This idea that somehow women will be peaceful, that women will all get along and they'll be able to hash it out communicatively, flies in direct opposition.
Well, also
to
some
all
of the
data
some
that
of
we
the
have
most
available.
bloodthirsty, ruthless mass murderers in leadership history in the world were women. I mean, that's the other part of this. And I've done
That's
series.
not exclusive to either sex.
I've done crime series of literally called Killer Women, where they've done despicable things. So this idea they're immune from some of the traits that they love to throw at men, I think is a little far-fetched. On this issue, this ever-burning issue of the trans women competing in women's sport, for example, recently the International Olympic Committee said that they were going to ban trans women from competing in women's sport, which of course is obvious because the Olympics are split on sex-based rules. We have male and female, because otherwise the females would not win more than about one medal, I think I read. But no, Megan Rapinoe, who was, of course, the star of the US women's.
Nah, Ms. Bones, there is a group of people that's making this argument. It's the current administration. Like, this is what's going on, man. Trad wife. What do we think trad wife was? Did everybody forget what the fuck trad wife means? Trad wife mean your ass at the fucking house, man. Getting Amazon packages and shit, man. Packing lunches, man. Cutting the corners off of bread and shit, man. Making sure the dishes done and clothes washed and shit, man. It's what the fuck a trad wife is, man. What are we talking about? Get your ass at home, man. We forget what that was.
Women's soccer team, football team. She has come out and says this is outrageous. And this is why she said it's outrageous.
This committee is framing it as based in science, which it's not. And this will ultimately just prevent people from competing within the women's category that they feel like have an unfair advantage. It's just really hateful. It's like there's been so few athletes that are trans or competing as trans, and it's like so blatant on its face. It's just a total acquiescence.
She says something so mind-numbingly stupid because she's a feminist lesbian in a boys' cut who's never been held accountable. You could ask her one question. What science says you can be born into the wrong body? It doesn't exist. Every study we've conducted shows the opposite. I'll give you 2 more case studies. My sound guy, Billy, by his sophomore year in high school, we found out he was a D1 athlete, swimmer. You wouldn't know it to look at him. He would have literally broken every senior female's record, would have beaten every single Olympian in that pool, and he was a chain smoker. Leah Thomas went from rank 500 and something to number 1. And of course, we know that that obviously is in line with bone density, with lung capacity, with muscle mass, with hormones. You go to UPenn, by the way, Leah Thomas, and that's where I was supposed to be speaking this Friday, a debate with a professor. We put up the money. We said their rules, their moderators. They said you can't live stream. They changed the rules last second. We went through this whole saga if we want to discuss it. The women.
Hey, chat, we're about 20 likes away from the next like goal. I need everybody to participate right now. Double tap the screen, go to the top, hit the 3 dots, man, hit the like button. Let's get some likes in here, man. Let's get some likes.
Came forward, I believe it was 16 women. Someone can fact check me. I think it was 16 came forward and said, hey, we're uncomfortable with the, if I may say, the cock and balls in the locker room. It's making us uncomfortable. It wasn't even related to the medals. Did they run an investigation? No. They sent them to the counselor, which, by the way, happened to be at the LGBTQ Center for...
So what happens if they get hard back there, chat? Is that a valid question? Like, what happens if, like, someone that's, trans but still got, they Johnson, man, and they're in the girls' locker room? Like, what happens if they get hard? How do they handle that? I think that's a valid question, Chad. I think that's a valid question. How do you handle that? You said, why would they? Man, because they got dick and balls, man. That's what happens. Does peeing make you hard? Sometimes I pee when I'm hard. What? I'm just saying, man. You said, does peeing make you hard? No, but titties and ass do, and shit. Maybe they're transitioning, but they still like both. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean? Talk about does peeing make me hard? No, titties and ass do. Shit, because I got a dick and balls.
Effectively re-education. They had to file a lawsuit, and the president of the United States had to step in. While these people...
You said in shit, yeah, like thighs, thighs turn me on, thighs, walk. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, yeah, titties, ass, and shit, thighs, smile. What the fuck are we talking about?
Say that they are pro-free speech. Hey, those women don't get that back. Those women who lost those medals don't get it back. But they will silence speech. Someone like perhaps yourself, we're aligned on this issue.
You talking about plugs, stay out the public. That's like me going to the naked beach, bro. Like, what do you mean, man? We at the that's why I don't go to the naked beach, man. The fuck I'm gonna be at the naked beach for, man? My dick get hard, now everybody out here like, oh, fuck, plugs out here with a boner, man. What's going on? Well, I see some fucking titties and ass out here, man. What are we talking about here?
Or myself, where I show up and say, let the games begin, an open debate for anyone to attend. Give us your best, professor, and we'll argue about this. Well, then you can't live stream. They're not protecting the most vulnerable among them because there is no rooting in morality. They don't believe the left is a monster, a Frankenstein monster created from different parts of moral relativism. That's the only way that you get gays for Palestine, and it's the only way that you get feminists for men beating the crap out of them in women's sports. It's because their loyalty is to Marxism.
What's extraordinary is if you go back to the most successful Democrats of, let's say the last 30, 40 years, Bill Clinton and Obama, they have repeatedly warned the Democratic Party not to go down these hard left woke rabbit holes of issues like the trans issue, because they can see how preposterous it is to deny actual science. Why is the penny not dropping with Democrats? Why are they still trying to cling on? Why are people like Megan Rapinoe, who presumably would like her side to win power to effect the changes she wants, why are they prepared to die on this absurd hill, do you think?
They can't not. It's not permissible. And I mean that quite literally. This is why you had, remember when we had all those...
I'm just saying, man. I feel like my question was valid. Nobody feels like that's a valid question. I don't think they were talking about the bathroom, Erica. He's talking about the locker room, man. He's talking about the locker room. I just said, shit, what if the trans get hard in there, man? How do they handle that? You know, like, shit, bro. Like, come on, man. I'm in here changing. This person's in the middle of transition, and you know, shit, man. Fuck around, get hard in there. How do they handle that? And then y'all act like I'm crazy for asking that question, man. I would want to know that. Like, shit, man. What do you mean? What do I mean? What do I mean? I mean a transsexual that still has dick and balls getting hard in a locker room full of women. What do I mean? How do I handle that? As a parent, as a father, as a corporation, as a business, as a coach, as the woman, how do you handle it? That's what I mean. Like, shit, what do you how do you handle this shit?
Debate, there was like 12. The last time we had a primary in the Democrat Party was, I believe, 2012. Quite the Democratic Party there. None of them. They started bragging about how they all had an F rating from the NRA, and they dunked on Bernie because he only had a D-. There is not a single Democrat in the United States on the national platform who doesn't support transitioning and men and women's sports. You have someone like Gavin Newsom who will lie and say that he didn't. We've run the clips where he obviously did. And you will not find a single one who will put any limits on abortion whatsoever when the context is up to and including birth. They can't because their loyalty is to Marxism. They see everything through the prism of oppressor and oppressed. And that's why, okay, today it's white and it's black, and then, okay, it's Stop Asian Hate, but we find out that it's mostly black Americans committing the violence against Asians. We'll do away with them. They're not useful pawns to us. Okay, today it's gays, gay marriage, but tomorrow, okay, women, we're going to call them TERFs. And I will tell you this, mark it down. Gavin Newsom's wife, guarantee you won't be able to help herself and will support all of this silly shit. And I haven't spent that much time researching her, but I know she's a feminist, and that's all it takes.
Oh, she said some ridiculous things. This debate you were going to have then with the historian Jonathan Zimmerman at the University of Pennsylvania on Friday.
Man, I'm going to say this, man. Now, look, bro. Y'all not finna make me feel stupid, bro. Y'all not finna make me feel stupid, bro. So we gonna sit here and say that trans people don't have needs too? You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck, man. What are we saying, man? They still got dick and balls, man. They get horny. What? They nipples get hard? They get wet? No. That thing gonna get hard, man. What the fuck are we talking about, man?
Ironically, about free speech. Because of this block they've tried to impose on you live streaming this, is that now happening, that debate, or is it off?
We're at a standoff where, we reached out to them to give you an idea. This has been going on for a long time. So it's actually 10 years in the making, 10 schools, $10,000. When I started to change my mind, we always invite, this is kind of the first time someone did that on campus. We invited professors out. They were more interested in.
You said, plug, what about gay guys? Men had their own way of handling that shit. Hey, man, take your ass over there, man. What the fuck wrong with you? Don't look over here. That's how men handled it, man. Motherfuckers come in the bathroom in the locker room full of sugar, spice, and everything nice. Hey, boy, I wish you would look over here while I'm changing, man. You know what time it is. The fuck going on?
Banning us. We've been repeatedly trying to communicate with them, but they've called the campus police to remove us. So we issued a call out to 10 schools, 8 Ivy League, said send anyone from the humanities program, poli, sci, philosophy. Obviously, I'm not going to argue geothermal regulation with a geologist. We said, you pick the moderator, you pick the rules, we'll come to your home turf. We'll even give $10,000 to the department of your choice. We're just going to live stream it. So easy that a college dropout comedian host can do it. Was agreed upon. We live stream every day, as you well know. Then they let us know.
Yeah, some of them do it. They'll try you. What did you say, Carter? Oh my, your comment way back up there talking about. I try not to. Sometimes I accidentally look, Cloud. I'm not gay, but it just happens. What the fuck is you talking about, bro? What is you talking about?
They even actually sent us the costs, the riders for us to bring our own live streaming equipment. They said, no, we're not going to allow it. And I just got an update just right before coming on here. They said it's due to safety. So if I was a jazz musician, I could live stream it. If it was some other form of performing arts, but a transparent debate that would be respectful between one of their professors and someone fronting $10,000, many more when you take into account security, that can't happen. That can't happen on campus. This is the same campus, by the way, where Leah Thomas happened and those young...
Tony said, now I gotta wonder if I shower with a gay guy in the field house. Thanks, plug. Listen, chat, I'm gonna tell y'all a story time, chat. All right, coming up, bro, we had, like, you know how you got your friend group that you hang out in school with, boom. So we had a friend group, and, like, we roll hard for each other. No Diddy, no Epstein. Like, when it came to beefing and fighting, like, we would fight for each other. We would, our parents were all cool. Like, we could go to each other's houses and shit. It was a real cool friend group. Now, I ended up getting into it with one of these people because he stole from me, chat. And I never knew that he stole from me until he told somebody, right? He told somebody that he stole from me, right? So this day I had it on my mind. I'm like, I'm finna beat his ass. Like that's what's finna go on. I'm finna, you know what I mean? It is what it is. So I waited on him all day. Like, boom, I finally seen his car. I finally seen his car in town. I swang down on him, jump out. I go in the crib, I beat on the door. I'm, where you know such and such at? They like, oh, he not here. He around the corner. You know what I'm saying? With such and such. I'm like, all right, bet. So I sit in the truck. I roll up. I sit in the truck. I'm smoking. He come around the corner. They boom, 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 beating. He get out the car. As soon as he get out the car, I'm on him, bro. Did him so bad, chat. Went in his pockets and everything because he stole from me. I had to get that back. Went in his pockets and everything, chat. But long story short, we get older and I had moved out of town. I end up getting on the internet and I'm looking and my fucking cousin is exposing him, chat. My blood cousin is exposing this man. I'm talking about like exposing him, talking about he took his virginity. Now, mind you, my blood cousin is gay. Like he's been gay for a minute. You know what I'm saying? He's been gay for a minute. Like we all knew he was gay. Now he's exposing the dude that used to be my homeboy that I had to beat up, talking about they've been doing this and that for 2 years, took his virginity, exposed all the places that they was doing it at. I'm talking about crazy, chat. So Tony, it could happen, man. It could happen. You probably was over there with somebody that grew up to, you know what I'm saying, be gay. Let's just be honest, chat. That shit happened, man. My own cousin exposed him, chat. I was like, ain't no way they had this shit going on.
Young women were suppressed. So
on a serious point about the safety aspect, I think it's ridiculous, obviously, and so ironic given the debates about free speech. But on the safety,
you talking about I used to pass the blunt to cuz literally, man. I'm talking about I used to smoke with him. I'm talking about going to the club and shit. Listen, chat. He was one of the guys, man. One of the guys, man. Whole time, man. Now I'm wondering, like, bro. Was you fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's up, bro?
Safety aspect, post Charlie Kirk, given, you know how violent a lot of the rhetoric can be, particularly from the hard left. Do you worry about your safety?
Yes, very much. And that's also another problem. So I have a security team. It's our biggest line item that we've had to increase this year.
No, he's not still family. He was never family. My cousin is still my cousin. Now, my cousin is my cousin. But the dude, though, is my partner. You know what I'm saying? He was never my family. Once he stole from me, we weren't friends anymore after he stole from me. And then he got exposed for fucking on my cousin. It's crazy. But no, we were never family.
year. I think I spoke with you about this after Charlie Kirk passing. You're just seeing the one that got through. It's a constant game of cat and mouse. We have to take unbelievable security measures. So our security team, my security team, went out there, but they said we have to use their campus security or campus police regardless. They still have not gotten us an estimate. They don't want this to happen. And like you said, they're worried about the violent protests. They're worried about the safety issues, and they know which side will be reflected in that.
You said you don't smoke after stray women? Not really, Reggie. I really smoke by myself. I don't really smoke after anybody, Reggie. I'm going to be honest with you. Like all of that matching and smoking blunts and passing them and shit, man, that shit was from when we was kids, man. I brought my own shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't trust what you got. I don't know. I don't know what you brought in that bag. I know this is him. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool off hitting your shit. Now, we can smoke, but I'm cool off that shit, man.
If I'm willing to go out and take the risk to have an actual transparent, open debate with a very qualified, by the way, very respectful guy, I should also shout out the college Republicans are the ones who actually made it happen. No individual professors responded, and the school has been dragging their feet. Yeah, no, it's absolutely a worry, which is also why the no estimate could be $500,000, could be $2 million for campus police. They always find an out, and they will claim it's not freedom of speech. But at a certain point, you have to look at the totality and say, hey, 94% of all political dollars given from those in academia, there's a study out there, over 400,000 donations were examined in higher education. 94%.
You said, do I like Crowder? I'm kind of indifferent when it comes to Crowder. I like what he did with the barbershop series. I wish he would bring that back. I think that's really good for the community. I think that's really good content as well. I like what he did with the barbershop thing, but I'm kind of indifferent when it comes to Crowder. I don't really like his takes, but I do like that piece of content that he brought forward. When it comes to these people, I watch them because they have a voice in the space. I look at it too, chat, like a lot of these people, I look at them as my peers. So when I'm watching this, I'm not just watching this as like, a political breakdown every time. Like I'm watching like the way that they move, the way that they enunciate, the way that they handle themselves, the way that the stream flows, like at what time. It's like, shit, you looking at these are your peers, you know. That's how I watch a lot of this shit.
Cents out of every dollar goes directly to the Democrat Party.
I listen to these people to see what they think, but I'm not here to be spoon-fed an opinion because more than likely I already have an opinion that's forming, and yeah, it is what it is.
You wouldn't get that kind of a political split in San Francisco. Is it by design or is it just by happenstance? Going through it now, and this is not the first time, I would say that it's by design. And they don't seem to give a rat's ass about intellectual diversity on campus, so long as, you identify with the right gender, you meet a racial quota, and that's no way to run a country, and it's no way to establish a place of higher learning.
Well, Stephen, I believe in diverse debate on...
All right, man, that's the end of that chat. Let's get into see what this Tucker is talking about, man. Tucker interviewed a journalist that's covering Israel and I believe Lebanon. Israel and Lebanon. Let's see what's going on there.
Last month, about 2 weeks ago, a British journalist called Steve Sweeney, who lives and works in Beirut, Lebanon.
All right, chat. Yeah, what I am going to say, too, is when it comes to the difference in content from the left and from the right, it's kind of like I've noticed that, like, the right has the right has more prominent political commentators and the left has more prominent streamers. Like the right is more like your monologue, your Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, and then the left is like your Hassan, your Destiny, the streamers. I've noticed that over the last, few months.
Was in southern Lebanon attempting with a cameraman to document what the Israeli military is doing to the southern part of that country. which is leveling it, moving people wholesale.
Y'all say the volume too loud? I had to turn, it was peaking, so I turned it down some. I turned the volume down because it was peaking.
Out, including Christian villages across the area. And as he was preparing his report, he was targeted by an Israeli-owned, American-made aircraft that fired a missile at him in an attempted assassination.
Oh, that's that dude. Chat, this is the dude we seen with the airstrike. Whoa, I didn't know that Tucker interviewed him. I seen that airstrike, bro. That shit was crazy.
Looked like.
Further rocket attacks were...
Oh, yeah, Chad, this is crazy, man. I would have went home that day, bro. It's no way they could be paying him enough to be out there, bro. It's no way, Chad. Watch this airstrike, Chad. I don't think anybody in here is going to experience anything like that. I hope, bro. But look at this shit, bro.
Reported against Nahariya and admitted...
Bro, that man would have been in a million pieces, bro. I'm talking about wet dog food, Chad. He would have looked like some wet dog food, man. I mean ground sausage, Chad. It would have been nothing. No remains, man. It wouldn't even have been a closed it wouldn't even have been a need for a casket, a urn, or anything, bro. It would have been over with, man. Disintegrated, vaporized, man. Dust. Shit is crazy.
Yeah, and admit it.
And look how locked in he is, Chad. Chad, look how locked in he is to go back and get the camera, man. Locked in. Look how locked in he is to go back and get the camera, Chad. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Like, that's some fucking journalism for your ass, man. Fuck that camera. Fuck what Lebanon got going on. It's time to go the fuck home, bro.
Across the area. And as he was preparing his report, he was targeted by an Israeli-owned, American-made aircraft that fired a missile at him in an attempted assassination. Here's what it looked like.
He's locked in.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted. Fucking hell. Fuck.
That wasn't an accident. It was intentional. The jet that fired it had flown over his position, attempting to assassinate him, as the Israeli government has assassinated on purpose, not accidentally.
Yeah, that's crazy. Chat, hey, we're 15 likes away from 400, chat. We're already at the 4-hour mark, and we haven't got the 400 likes. That's crazy. We have to get 100 likes per hour, chat. That's the only way we stay on, man. We're 15 likes away. If you're a first-timer, put first-timer in the chat. We got to get the likes to 400, man.
Assassinated, murdered so many journalists, including Western journalists trying to cover its atrocities that are spreading even now under the cover of the Iran war, a massive land grab across the region, killing of Christians, desecration of Christian holy sites. That's all happening. It's all real. And one of the reasons you may not know about it is because the people trying to record it, to chronicle it, have been assassinated. But Steve Sweeney was not assassinated by luck or the grace of God, by a quirk of the landing of that missile. He survived. He joins us now to explain what happened. Steve, thanks very much for doing this. I'm grateful you're alive. We just played the tape of the moment where you were almost killed. Can you add context to that and describe what was happening?
Well, yeah, you've seen the footage. We were incredibly lucky to come out of that situation alive. It was only purely by luck that the missile ended up, as you've seen on the footage, it went through the hole, and the bridge had already been destroyed. So just to give you some context of why we were there, Israel had issued these evacuation orders. It said that it was going to bomb every single bridge in South Lebanon. So the bridges that cross the Litani River. This connects the south of Lebanon to the rest of the country. So this was a hugely important news story. This is essentially cutting off.
Okay, Chad, we're going to do a live poll. And Carter, yeah, I do need to get the no-go thing. I do need to get that, Chad. But yeah, I need to get an Apple Pay as well too. Somebody told me to get an Apple Pay, and I'm gonna get Apple Pay too. But chat, this is what I'm gonna say. We're 11 likes away from the next like goal. Let's get to 400 likes. But do you believe that attack on the reporter was fabricated? Yes or no? Do you believe he knew that attack was coming? Yes or no? I got Cash App. Cash App is Plugsation. If y'all want to donate to the Cash App is always Plugsation. It's always been Plugsation.
A whole swathe of the country, and they'd started the bombing the night before. It was a Thursday when we went to the bridge. On the Wednesday evening and into the early hours of the morning, they'd started targeting the bridges. So, as a journalist and as a war correspondent, we were there to report on this huge news story. So we drove down. This is in Sur district, or Tyre district, as other people will probably better know it.
Thank you, JV.
And as we approached, the Lebanese army have a base there. They just ahead of the bridge. So we approached them and we said to them, okay.
Hey, Graham says, Plugsation, you love the vid. You about to go to the military? Graham, man, thank you for considering fighting for our country, man. I wish you peace and prosperity, man, and all your endeavors, man. I appreciate you for supporting the channel, Graham.
Is it safe to film? And they assured us it was perfectly safe for us.
Oh, y'all want to see the airstrike one more time? All right, I'll show the airstrike one more time.
And to cover its atrocities that are spreading even now under the cover of the Iran war, a massive land grab across the region.
Fucking hell.
Damn, Chad, that won't let me get
Last month, about 2 weeks ago, a British journalist called Steve Sweeney, who lives and works in Beirut, Lebanon, was in southern Lebanon attempting with a cameraman to document what the Israeli military is doing to the southern part of that country, which is leveling it,
hold on, Chad,
moving people wholesale out, including Christian villages across the area. And as he was preparing his report, he was targeted by an Israeli-owned, American-made aircraft that fired a missile at him in an attempted assassination. Here's what it looked like.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted.
I had to cut that off, Chad. Hold on. Because they're not letting me pause the video anymore. Why the fuck I can't pause the video?
So we drove down. This is in Sur district, or Tyre.
There you go.
Steve, thanks very much for doing this. I'm grateful you're alive. We just played the tape of that wasn't an act, leveling it, moving people wholesale out, including Christian villages across the area.
All right, there we go.
And as he was preparing his report, he was targeted by an Israeli-owned, American-made aircraft that fired a missile at him in an attempted assassination. Here's what it looked like.
I don't think he knew it was coming, Chad. I think it was that, woo, because like when you see a plane coming, Chad, you kind of look up, man. So if it was something like that, Chad, I'm not going to lie, man. It damn near hit him. I'm just going to be honest with you. If he knew that shit was coming, man, I think he would have took off running a little bit sooner, man. Like that shit was too close for comfort to be a fucking game. I'm just going to be honest with you, in my opinion.
Further rocket attacks were reported against Nahariya and admitted.
Yeah, he probably knew it was a possibility. He probably knew, like, hey, it's a chance I could go out here and get blew the fuck up. So he was, aware of his surroundings. Chat, we're 7 likes away from 400, chat. Double tap the screen, go to the top and hit the like button. Thanks, Graham.
Fucking hell. Fuck.
That wasn't an accident. It was intentional. The jet that fired it had flown over his position attempting to assassinate him, as the Israeli government has assassinated on purpose, not accidentally, assassinated, murdered so many journalists, including Western journalists trying to cover its atrocities that are spreading even now under the cover of the Iran war.
Yeah, Chad, it's time for me to go get that plate, man. It's time to go get that plate, man. I'm not gonna lie, Chad. Y'all know what happens when I get that plate.
A massive land grab across the region, killing of Christians, desecration of Christian holy sites. That's all happening. It's all real. And one of the reasons you may not know about it is because the people trying to record it, to chronicle it, have been assassinated. But Steve Sweeney was not assassinated by luck or the grace of God, by a quirk of the landing of that missile. He survived. He joins us now to explain what happened. Steve, thanks very much for doing this. I'm grateful you're alive. We just played the tape of the moment where you were almost killed. Can you add context to that and describe what was happening?
Well, yeah, you've seen the footage. We were incredibly lucky to come out of that situation alive. It was only purely by luck that the missile ended up, as you see on the footage, it went through the hole, and the bridge had already been destroyed. So just to give you some context of why we were there, Israel had issued these evacuation orders. It said that it was going to bomb every single bridge in South Lebanon. So the bridges that cross the Litani River. This connects the south of Lebanon to the rest of the country. So this was a hugely important news story. This is essentially cutting off, a whole swathe of the country. And they'd started the bombing the night before. It was a Thursday when we went to the bridge. On the Wednesday evening and into the early hours of the morning, they'd started targeting the bridges. So, as a journalist and as a war correspondent, we were there to report on this huge news story. So we drove down. This is in Sur district, or Tyre district, as other people will probably better know it. And as we approached, the Lebanese army have a base there. They just ahead of the bridge. So we approached them and we said to them, "Okay, is it safe to film?" And they assured us it was perfectly safe for us to go on that bridge. And they would know, because if Israel is about to bomb a bridge, which they had already bombed it the night before, then they would get a message to the Lebanese army via UNIFIL, the United Nations peacekeepers. They don't have direct communication. So there was no pre-warning that this bridge was about to be struck again. There was no military objective in striking the bridge again. It was already destroyed. You could barely even walk across it, let alone take a vehicle across it. So this was the Kazmir Bridge. This was the smaller bridge. So these kind of link villages and settlements in South Lebanon together. So, okay, we approached the bridge. We set up our camera. We started filming. There were fighter jets roaring overhead. And again, this isn't uncommon in the south of Lebanon, but we knew that the fighter jets were flying away from us. So they were roaring overhead, but they were heading further south, and they were bombing what they would describe as Hezbollah positions around that area. So we weren't still unduly concerned, and we went onto the bridge and we started filming. So it wasn't live. Some people have said it was live. It was what we call an as live. So we were filming that. Ali Rida, who is my colleague, was at the moment we arrived on the bridge. I was doing my piece to camera. He went to film some B-roll. He went to film in the hole where the bridge had been struck. And it was, we talk about luck and we talk about the chance and we talk about God's will, but as he was filming, there was a gust of wind on the camera and the tripod was shaking. So I called him over and I said, "Ali, yalla, please come, the camera's shaking. I need you to steady it." As he came over, I guess around 15 seconds later, then we heard this tremendous roar and the Israelis struck the bridge again. And the immediate aftermath, I remember just thinking, God, we're dead. That was it. It was like this earth-shattering sound. The explosion was an almighty blast, and then there was just dust, and I couldn't really see anything. And from the footage, you can hear the soldiers. Maybe they started saying to me, "Yalla, yalla," and I couldn't see anything. So I was where? And they took me into their barracks. They put tourniquets on my arms. I thought again, with adrenaline rush, I just thought I got some minor cuts. I couldn't really feel too much pain, but then I looked when they put the tourniquet, there was blood coming down my arms, there was blood on my clothes. But I was alive, and it's, again, completely by chance that we were alive. This was a very heavy munition that they'd used, a GBU-38 missile that we believe was used, and it was fired from an F-16 fighter jet. So after the Lebanese army were, they put these tourniquets on and gave us some water, then they called an ambulance, and the ambulance came. And they put me on a stretcher, and they off they took me. And I should note, really, that the paramedics and the emergency workers and the doctors and the nurses and all of the medical team that attended to us are the real heroes of this story. As we were traveling from the bridge to the hospital, I'm not sure the distance, maybe about 10 minutes, probably less than that. But they had the blue lights on. Now, in any normal country anywhere in the world, having the blue lights on and being transported somewhere by ambulance, you would be safe, right? Not in Lebanon, because the Israelis are now targeting medical staff. More than 50 have been killed. Hospitals, including the one we attended, the Jabal Ammel hospital, part of that has been destroyed in Israeli airstrikes. And we've been working in the field for many years now. We're very experienced journalists, and we take safety very seriously. We've spoken to a lot of medical workers, and they told us that the logo on the top of the ambulances, which is supposed to give them protection under international law, under the Geneva Conventions and this kind of thing, instead of giving them protection, it now places them at risk. So many of them have removed those logos from their emergency vehicles. Now, barely a day goes by now that when we don't hear of a medical worker being struck. The IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, soon after they carried out a massacre of 12 emergency workers in the south, targeting their station, they put out a statement saying that that Hezbollah is using medical facilities and ambulances for military purposes. Now, of course, they didn't back that with any kind of evidence. This is a statement that they've reissued again quite recently. But yeah, we've been on the ground. We've been in the back of the ambulances. We've been in the hospitals. We've met the civil defense workers. We've met the paramedics, and we've been to these stations. And all that you can see there are the kind of things that you would find in any hospital, in any medical station, in any ambulance, anywhere in the world. These are medical facilities, and they should be protected under international law. Of course, targeting these deliberately is a war crime, but it's just one of many that we're seeing here on the ground in Lebanon.
You're probably thinking about where to shop for Mother's Day because the Israeli military bombed St. Peter's burial site?
Yes.
When?
Yes, they did. Yeah. This was back in 2024. I mean, they went to. This wasn't an accidental bombing. The Shemunah Safar. I think it's protected under World Heritage law as well, and it's a very important site. It's of course, the burial place of Saint Peter. It's also a holy site for Muslims. And what they did during that period was they brought an Israeli, what they call a researcher, the Israeli Defense Force brought him in. And the purpose of that really was to, I guess, reinvent history. And the aim of it was to say, well, this is a Jewish holy site and this land belongs to Israel. This was the kind of narrative that they were trying to spin. That researcher, who was actually a very well-known settler activist, was killed during that time. So we visited the site in early 2025 after the ceasefire period, and the missiles have gone through the domes. The whole area was destroyed. Bullet marks across all of the buildings there, including the area of the Shrine of St. Peter himself. So this is, so it wasn't like accidentally targeted. It wasn't kind of collateral damage. This was a deliberately targeted attack on the tomb of St. Peter. It's not the only church or religious building that has been attacked. Of course, we were in a place called Derdagaya, And this is a Greek Catholic church. And again, that was destroyed during the 66-day war. They killed 8 people that had taken shelter inside there. A lot of those were emergency workers, the civil defense team, and they'd taken shelter in there, and they bombed it to oblivion. It was completely destroyed. And again, in Yarun, this is another border town, and there are 2 buildings there. There's the Imam Ali Mosque, which is a very well-known mosque in the south of Lebanon, but there was also the Church of St. George. And St. George, of course, the patron saint of England, and this was a Catholic church, and they're very close by each other. And you may have seen the footage circulating on social media, but there's footage of an Israeli soldier, I guess, with a body cam or something, a helmet cam, destroying the statue there to St. George. But both of those were completely destroyed.
So what's interesting
this is a pattern across the south of Lebanon.
Hezbollah is, and I'm not defending Hezbollah, it's not my fight, but they're designated, I believe, by the U.S. government as a terror group. They've controlled big parts of Lebanon for many, many years, more than 20 years. And has Hezbollah blown up Christian holy sites? Has Hezbollah targeted ambulances? I mean, maybe they have. You live there. You tell me.
No, they haven't. In fact, the opposite. And again, there's plenty of footage of this that people can check for themselves online. But Hezbollah was, in fact, protecting the Christian churches and protecting these kind of symbolic areas of religious importance to Christians. There's footage of them going into churches and cleaning up and tidying up and standing around, protecting.
So, chat, do y'all believe him? He said Hezbollah was not attacking any churches or anything like that. They were helping. Do y'all believe that Hezbollah was helping the Christians?
The Christian faith. If you listen to the speeches of Hassan Nasrallah, he said the Hezbollah are the main defenders of the Christian faith in Lebanon. So it's no, they're not destroying ambulances, they're not destroying churches, they're not destroying mosques, they're not destroying people's homes, but Israel is, and it's doing it with American and Western supplied weapons as well.
And it's happening without anybody, pretty much anybody in the United States even noticing. I think people's attention is drawn to what's happening in Iran and the unfolding disaster there, and they don't even know that this is happening.
Yeah.
So back to what happened to you specifically. You said that the missile that almost killed you and your cameraman was launched from an American aircraft, an Israeli-owned American aircraft.
Yeah.
Do you believe, was that one of the planes that had flown over you? Do you think it was targeting you?
Undoubtedly, we believe it was targeting us. There could be no other explanation for what happened. Now, of course, because people have asked this question, one, why were you on the bridge, or were you deliberately targeted? And we're unequivocal about that. This was an assassination attempt by Israel to silence the voices on the ground, to silence the truth. Now, the reason we say that is because, like I said, we've been working in the field for the last 2 years. So our vehicle is very well known in the south of Lebanon. We were in a clearly identified press vehicle. We had, as you can see in the footage, we had our press jackets on. Israel has the most advanced military technology anywhere in the world. It has the most advanced surveillance technology anywhere in the world. It knows everything that happens in the south of Lebanon. It knows every vehicle. It knows every number plate. It reads our messages. It listens to our conversations. This is why we say it was deliberate, because there's no doubt that they knew we were there. And the other issue, as has been raised by the Russian Foreign Ministry, Maria Zakharova said that this can't have been accidental. There was no military objective in targeting that bridge. It was already destroyed. So we believe it was a deliberate assassination attempt, absolutely. And it's only by luck, really, that we survived. There was a lot going in our favour that day. Let's say, had the missile not entered the hole in the bridge, had it exploded on the bridge. We've spoken to military experts, weapons experts, who have told us that if it had been maybe a few inches or a foot the other way, then there wouldn't have even been bodies to recover. We'd have just been incinerated. These are incredibly powerful munitions that they were using, and there was no military objective, as I've said, in targeting the bridge. So we say that we were deliberately targeted by the Israelis, without a doubt.
You go into the grocery store and there are endless snacks and protein bars. Paleo Valley superfood bars are, we think, the best. Most nutrition bars seem healthy, but then you read the labels and it turns out they're packed with all kinds of bizarre stuff, processed syrups, ingredients you can't pronounce. They're essentially candy, masked by marketers pretending they're healthy. I've eaten a lot of them, I would know. Paleo Valley superfood bars are different, though. Paleo Valley makes its products with real ingredients like organic fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, or no seed oils, soy, gluten, other weird.
Oh, shit.
Are you a British passport holder?
Ambassador. I'm a British passport holder, yes.
So you're
yes.
a British subject. So this is, even though you don't live there most of the time, you have family there, you are a citizen. Yeah. But the British government is taking the side of the Israeli military over its own citizens?
Well, that's how it seems to me, yes. Not only taking the side of the Israelis, but they're helping provide the weapons and the ammunition and the political and military support to carry out such strikes. So, somewhere along that chain, I mean, we know it was an F-16 and a GBU-38, American-made, American-supplied, but Britain is well involved in that supply chain. So some of the kind of the add-on equipment that enabled them to carry out that strike against me is almost certainly provided by the British government, without a doubt.
How does that? I don't understand, since both Britain and the United States fought against the Nazis and lost hundreds of thousands of their own men doing it. I don't really see where the moral culpability is here. Why would Britain and the United States have some...
Yeah, Chad, I gotta tell y'all, man, I gotta rate that plate, man. It was ribs, macaroni, and dressing. Okay, the ribs, I get a ribs like an 8.1. Probably like an 8.1 out of 10. That could have been a little better. The dressing, for sure, 9.1 out of 10. Dressing was definitely there. The mac, we'll give the mac like an 8.5 out of 10, like an 8.5 out of 10 for the Mac.
Duty to become subjects of the Israeli government. Where does that come from?
Well, I mean, there's a long history of, the two biggest supporters of Israel have traditionally been the United States and Britain. And, you can trace this back to the formation of the State of Israel. Now, of course, they have their own interests in the region. They use Israel as a proxy force for its colonialist, imperialist expansion for plans for the region. If you look at what's happening on the ground now, the reason that we reported on the bridges is that what you're seeing now is the forced expulsion of 1.2 million Lebanese people that have been forced from their land, forced from their homes, and they're now forcibly displaced. We describe this in Lebanon. We talk about it as an ethnic cleansing operation on a scale far larger than the Nakba. That's of course, the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians that were forced from their homes on the creation of the State of Israel. So the situation here is it's simply astonishing. And the 370,000 of those forcibly displaced are children. So. But behind that is this attempt by Israel to grab that land. Now, not only are they forcing people out of that area south of the Litani River, they've extended that now to south of the Zerani River. So we're talking some 40 kilometers from the Israeli border that they push people out of that area. Now, the Israelis have been very open. Israel Katz, the defense secretary, has said that we want the land. We're going to, they've said that they want to create a security buffer zone or whatever terminology they use to describe it. But these plans have been long in the making. You go back in history and Israel has invaded and tried to take that area. They think it's their biblical right. We're talking about the Greater Israel Project, which I know you know full well about after your conversation with Ambassador Huckabee. And, it kind of reappears in different guises over the years. The most latest was the Trump Economic Zone. This was announced back in, I think, August last year. Around that time, Tom Barak, the US envoy, arrived here in Lebanon. And you might remember this soundbite from...
He's talking about the Greater Israel Project. He's talking about Israel wanting to occupy parts of South Lebanon. It just came out yesterday. Dude did a speech about it. He said exactly what they were trying to do, but basically saying that they're gonna get their wins together. They're gonna take their wins. I believe right now they're occupying like 20% of South Lebanon.
From him, because he spoke at the presidential palace to a group of journalists, and there was a bit of a melee, and he described them as animalistic. And he was condemned for this. This was seen as an incredibly racist comment to make towards Lebanese journalists who were doing their job in the field, holding people to account, questioning him. But behind that, he laid out this plan for a Trump economic zone, which meant that hundreds of thousands of people would be forced from their homes permanently. Now it was dressed up. This is going to be a regeneration project. We're going to create new homes. We're going to create jobs. We're going to create roads. We're going to create infrastructure. We're going to make the area safe. But it meant that people that have lived on this land for generations, these are their homes. These are not just dots on a map. These are homes where people have lived on that land for generations are going to be turfed out. And nobody really paid attention to it at the time. Of course, we did as journalists on the ground. And people talk about. They say that the Gaza model is now coming to Lebanon. They've spoken about it in terms. I think Smotrich said we're going to turn Dahia, the southern suburbs of Beirut, into Khan Yunis, and then they've used Beit Hanun and Rafah. Israel Katz said that they're going to destroy all of these villages that they call frontline villages. And I can tell you now, we've been here for 2 years. Those villages are largely already destroyed. The south of Lebanon already looks like Gaza. Whole villages completely lie in ruins, no reconstruction plan. And over the last 15 months, we've seen Israel break that ceasefire. And we talk about a ceasefire from November 2024, but there was never a ceasefire. You can't have a ceasefire when only one side stops firing. And okay, more than 15,000 violations over the last 15 months. And this has included the rigging and destroying of homes, the drone strikes, targeted assassinations, the use of chemical spray to destroy crops. And we've witnessed and filmed all this, the use of white phosphorus. There's a place called Blida, a village very close to the border. Now during olive harvesting season, we went to make a film there. The Israelis refused to allow the farmers to tend to their land unless they gave them all of the contact details and the names of who was going into the fields. While we were there, and they started bulldozing the olive groves. These are olive groves that are older than the state of Israel. So this isn't something new. This is what we're seeing now. The escalation on March the 2nd has been going on for a very, very long time. Now, you asked me why Britain and the United States would support that. Well, they use Israel as their kind of proxy force in the area they refer to as the Middle East. We call it West Asia here, and they use it to grab the land. The Greater Israel Project suits Israel, but it suits Britain and the United States because this is a land of great wealth and resources, and they want to extract that wealth. They want to extract the resources and use it for their own gain. And of course, they want strategic control across the whole of the region. We've seen that with what happened in Syria. We can see now with the bombing of Iran. We can see what happened in Gaza. All of these have taken place, not just with the connivance of the United States and Britain, but with their active involvement. So this is the kind of, this is what we're happening now. You can see signs along the airport road here in Beirut that they say made in the United States, made in the USA, and that's how they see the bombs that are falling on them here. They're made in the United States, they're made in Britain, and they're the root cause of the death and destruction that's taking place across this region. Israel fires the bullets, but the guns well and truly loaded by Britain and the United States.
All right, chat. That's enough of that, man. We finna read chat, take some questions right quick, man. Yeah, that's enough of that, man. We just gonna read chat, man. What y'all got for me, chat? Y'all got any questions, comments, man? What y'all talking about tonight? It's crazy, man. Crazy. We had a pretty good stream. We on 4 hours. You said stolen land. Yeah, they occupying that land for sure. I mean, to me, chat, all of that is their business, man. Thank you, Michael. You said who did it to the Native Americans? Yeah. Yeah. Manifested destiny. This shit's been going on. That's why I say that's their business over there in the Middle East, man. And West Asia. All of this shit really fucking, a lot of those holy lands really sit on what, Africa's tectonic plate. Then you got the Asian tectonic plate. Thank you, Lala. Yeah, we finna get up out of here, chat, man. We did have a fun live, man. Great live, chat. Y'all be sure to hit the like button on your way out, man. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. Do not gatekeep this channel. And I will see y'all on the next one. Good night, chat.